Welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike, and in this late evening, or early evening, late afternoon, however you want to look at it, depending on where you are, edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, I'm going to be talking about the latest news that came out yesterday out of New York City Comic Con. More specifically, I'm going to be talking about the 25% different Ferengi. That's right, folks. Star Trek Discovery released its fourth season trailer yesterday at New York City Comic Con, the same convention that William Shatner is at before he departs on his flight on Tuesday up into space. And they went ahead and released their trailer for season 4. And that season comes out next month. I will not be reviewing it on this channel. I don't care how many of you ask me to do it. I will not be doing it. To be perfectly honest with you, after seeing 3 seasons of Discovery, 1 season of Picard, and 1 season of Lower Decks, I can't do it. Even if you ask, don't ask. Don't ask me to do it. I will not do it. I am adamant. I'm putting my foot down on this one. I will not do it. I'd rather watch the Cubs lose a game, even though they're not playing, than review another season of Discovery. So, yesterday in their teaser trailer, they released an image. Well, an image of a species that we met in the first season of Next Generation. We met in the episode The Last Outpost. And, well, this is what they look like in that episode. Yes, this is what they looked like back in 1987. During season 1 of Next Generation. And then we go on to meet them again. Let me just pull the image up here. And a later iteration of Star Trek. And that later iteration of Star Trek happened to be DS9. So let me pull that up here. I do have an image. All right. That's not it. 1 second. Blame the operator. All right. Got it right here. Gonna put it on the screen right now. And then this is who we meet later on. After several encounters with the Ferengi, we end up meeting these magnificent Ferengi and DS9. That's right, the Ferengi, yes, they did turn into your comedy relief, and they were put into stories that, were a little out there sometimes, Quark having to go undercover as a female in one episode of DS9, and also a female going undercover as a male in a season 2 episode of DS9, but that's besides the point. These 6 Ferengi we see on the screen, well, we all know who they are. There's Brunt, FCA, and there's Quark. And then, of course, we've got Rom, we've got Nog, we got Gala, and honestly, even though I said we all know who they are, I forgot who this one was. So you'll have to pardon me on that. But these are Ferengi that we know. And yesterday, during Discovery's Season 4 trailer, well, oh boy. I hope you have a puke bag next to you. I really do. You really need to have one next to you, because this next image, you're going to need it. You're going to need it. And if you follow me on Twitter, you already have seen my response to it. So let me pull it up here. 1 second. Get to the right image. Otherwise, okay. There it is. There it is. Let's go ahead and share this. This is what we got yesterday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and those who may be watching this after the fact. This is the new image of the Ferengi. Looks more like a troll to me. Looks 25% different to me. And don't tell me there's not a 25% different clause. Look at this. This definitely tells you there's a 25% different clause. Notice how the ears do not connect directly to the head, as we see with Quark and many other Ferengi that we've already met. I tell you, hey, Smoking Patriot, how you doing, brother? Yes, I am talking about this today, brother. The image I showed you in Chaos yesterday. The image that, and I may be quoting you indirectly, and not exactly, but you said it looked like it was melted wax all put together, and that's what they're calling a Ferengi. All right. I have someone who wants to join in. Go ahead and join in, brother.
Yeah, I figured the Ferengi you couldn't remember was Lek.
Yeah. How you doing, Black Dragon?
Not a good day.
Yeah. But yeah, brother, this is our new 25% different Ferengi.
This is a joke.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, this, to be honest, that actually almost looks like Grand Nagus Zek. But I'm assuming that Ferengi's supposed to be younger.
I'm assuming he's supposed to be younger, but even Zek looked better than this Ferengi.
Well, no, that's true. That is very true.
I mean, there is an image I do want to show here real quick. So, oops, let me take that off. Just one man operation here. Just bear with me as I pull one image down and get the other image up. All right, share the window. Make sure I get into the right image here. There we go. That's the one I want. So I'm sure you've seen this in different Star Trek reference books and, TNG books and everything, but this is the original concept art for the Ferengi. Notice how not too much change from the concept art to the final image that we ended up getting on Next Generation.
Not a whole lot.
No. And then you go back to, and I'm not going to put it up on screen again, but you go back to what we saw in the trailer yesterday, what was released yesterday, and it looks nothing like this. It doesn't honor Michael Westmore's original concept design. It doesn't honor its final design. It doesn't honor what we saw from Quark, Rom, and Nog. I mean, heck, Armin Shimmerman should be up in protest because he was one of the first Ferengi.
Yes, he was. He's been there pretty much from the very beginning. And Nog was one of the best characters you could run into in Deep Space Nine. He had the best character arc.
Yeah. Starting off as a kid who would get into trouble and then finding his way by telling then Commander Sisko, I want to be a part of Starfleet. I don't want to end up like my father. But, I've seen all over social media where people are referring to this concept art here, and I've seen several responses to that saying that's the reason why it's called concept art. And it's true.
Well, and that's fair enough. But to go that much of a shift from what we've already seen, yes, this is concept art. This is what you base it on. And they've had, they were in the Next Generation. They were in Deep Space Nine. They were in Voyager. And they were in Enterprise.
Season 1 of Enterprise.
And I mean, yes, they don't look exactly like the concept art, but they remain the same throughout the entire run of Star Trek. Yeah,
because you look at the cheekbones in the concept art, that remained. the nose pretty much stayed the same.
Forehead looks like it got split.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 lobes instead of 1, and the ears became more rounded and further back.
Yep. And, it still has the Ferengi sporting the headpiece, too.
And only some of them support that.
Yeah, because Quark never did.
Mm-mm. I don't think any of them on Deep Space Nine actually did.
The other ones I can seem to remember sporting it, besides, recurring characters, were some of the Ferengi waiters, but even Ram and Nog would sport it every now and then.
Right.
But this is just proof that Alex Kurtzman and crew do not care what they do of Star Trek.
Either they don't care or they haven't got a clue.
I think it's more the latter. They haven't got a clue. And another thing is you have Rod Roddenberry. He's allowing this to happen.
Oh, no kidding. And I've brought that one up before. Matter of fact, I had a discussion with Valiant Renegade about that.
I mean, I don't understand why these family members who, in more ways than none, can say, no, that really doesn't fit with what my father and others established, and put their foot down on it.
I would agree.
I don't
as far as I know, the Roddenberry namesake still has the controlling interest over Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unlike Lucas, who actually sold it to Disney and no longer has a say in the matter, I don't believe that's the case with the Roddenberrys.
No, I think what it is they're there to just make a profit off of it. And the Smoking Patriot says the Romulans are next. Watch. They're the next race to change.
Yeah.
Smoking Patriot, you got time to jump in? I want to hear your thoughts too. But, I mean, it just gives credence to the fact that the rumor going around for the longest time was Kurtzman Trek, just like the movies, it's 25% different.
I see you did better than I did. I only watched 2 seasons of Discovery. I only saw 2 episodes of Picard. And I've never seen an episode of Lower Decks, and after what I just saw about season 2, episode 8, no thank you.
Yeah. I watched the first season of Lower Decks. I got a couple of chuckles here and there, but it's not my kind of humor.
Right.
And I know they say, humor is subjective, like art itself is subjective.
It is. But like I said, after watching 2 seasons of Discovery and 2 episodes of Picard, to be fair or unfair, however you want to look at it, I wasn't even giving Lower Decks a chance.
No.
It wasn't worth it to me.
It wasn't worth watching the first season, in my opinion. It wasn't worth reviewing it. And I am just so sick and tired of all these shows that are being rehashed, redone, throwing in memberberry after memberberry. It's like, remember this, remember that? It's like, yes, we remember it.
And you're destroying it.
Yeah.
That's basically what it boils down. I mean, a lot of these people are going, oh, look, they're giving they're giving shout outs to the original. Yeah. And then they're shitting on it.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're doing. It's like them saying, but Spock smiled in the cage. Well, we all know that. That was the pilot. That was the rejected pilot. There was a reason the cage was rejected.
And nobody's denying that Spock had emotions. He's half human.
Yeah.
And they did a fantastic episode in the original series with during the Naked Time, during this episode that they're parodying right now, where his emotions came out. And Leonard Nimoy did such a fantastic job of the bounce back and forth between, I have to control my emotions and his emotions getting away from me.
Yeah, and one of the things in that episode is when he's eating animal flesh and he says, "I'm eating animal flesh. I'm enjoying it, yet I shouldn't be enjoying it."
Right.
Welcome the Smoking Patriot to the panel.
Hey, thanks for having me again.
Not a problem, brother. Yeah, as soon as I saw this Discovery image and the trailer, I said, I've got to do a live stream tomorrow.
Well, you're better than me. I Discovery lost me like 2 to 3 episodes into the first season, so I've only watched it to criticize it and mock it at this point. It's all it's good for. It's satire. This isn't real Trek. This is just satire. This is like Spaceballs, basically.
No, Spaceballs was done better.
Exactly.
Oh no! I agree. Like this is Spaceballs, but Spaceballs was done competently and actually done in a satire. This is Spaceballs actually done seriously and called canon.
Yeah,
like
that's exactly right.
I mean, you look at that Ferengi, and it's not a Ferengi. It's
an abomination.
It's like if a goblin had sex with a Ferengi in a hot wax factory, and you mix all 3 of those together, that's what you get.
That's a good way of putting it. The only thing I could come up with was troll.
Troll would be a good one. I don't know, some ugly fantasy creature. We've already used orcs with the Klingon, so you got to come up with something else.
Oh yeah, and people jumped on that one too.
They can jump on it all they want. Tell me, I told my best friend, huge Star Trek fan, that hasn't seen anything Discovery. So I asked him, I said, "Hey, bro, let me ask you this. Let me show you this. What do you think this looks like?" They're like, well, what is it supposed to be? I said, a Klingon. They're like, what? That's not a Klingon. I said, no, it is. In Star Trek Discovery, that's a Klingon. They're like, it looks kind of like a fantasy creature had sex with, I guess, a Klingon. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. That was their response when they first saw.
You want to know what my
Klingon?
You want to know what my response was?
Oh God!
A flashback to the California Raisins. The clay characters.
Oh my God! Yeah, wait, wasn't that the Temptations? Wasn't like the Temptations done with something like California Raisins or something like that at one point?
Yes.
I mean, this thing to me looks like Even Peel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know who Even Peel is. Even Peel's one of the Jedi Masters on the Jedi Council.
Yeah.
Is he the guy in the robes? Kind of like almost like a monk in a way.
He's short and he's got the long, wide ears.
I'll try to find an image. And
Godzillionaire I might be thinking of the wrong one.
Does anybody remember that movie Mac and Me? That's what it reminds me of. Yes, I do remember that movie Mac and Me.
Never heard of it, but then again, that's not surprising.
It was an early '90s movie.
Yeah. I was a little kid then. I was only a few years old by then, so yeah. I mean, just is Is it just me, or does it seem like they've really taken a step back with the, I guess you could say, the prosthetics? Because even in DS9, for a show that came out, and then that was a 90s show, mid to late 90s, the Ferengi looks so much better than this.
I agree.
I mean,
if you look at the makeup that was done in the last Outpost, and compare it as the seasons progressed to Next Generation on the DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise, not much really changed, but it all looked more realistic than what that looks.
I agree.
I'm getting some lag here. I'm gonna pop out for a second and pop back in.
Okay.
Okay.
I just don't understand why they have to continue on changing things. If it's not broken, why do you need to fix it?
Well, that's the problem. Is that they think it is broken in some way, and nowadays, unfortunately, it's broken for political reasons. Well, there's not enough women representation. There's not enough LGBTQ AAIP to
up, down, left, right, Control, Alt, Delete, whatever they want to call themselves this week.
Exactly. And I've had people, by the way, like get on me, like, "How dare you mock them?" I said, "No, it's not LGBTQ. It's not even LGBT. It's LGBTQ AIP2."
Plus, there was a plus in there at one time, and they keep changing. They keep changing the definition, so you never know what Okay, you're gay. End of subject.
Yeah, I mean, and like, I don't care. I mean, I did a live stream a while back about the Star Wars shop owner. In Seattle.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So I did a live stream on it, and I flat out said, I said, "Look, I don't care what you identify as, what your gender as. I couldn't care. It comes down to you respect each other.
Yes.
It's respect and honor. If you respect me and I respect you, we show each other respect and honor. We might disagree, but if we at least show each other respect, we can at least sit down and break bread."
You have every right to believe in what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
You have no right to try and force me to believe that way.
Yeah. And this is where Trek has got us. We had because wasn't the oh god, what was the one chick that had the symbiote in it? I think I don't remember her name. And was it Dax?
Dax, DAX.
No. I'm talking to Discovery.
Oh, I don't know.
She was I think she was non-binary in the show. Like, she actually at one point said something like, we identify as like they, them, or something like that in the show. She says it was something like that. She said in the show, and yes, I'm saying she because she has a female face and a female voice. I'm saying she because I don't actually know what her genders are. So until whatever, but it's like, why are we so focused on representation? Why are we so focused on changing stuff when it doesn't need to be changed? That's not a Ferengi. That's a mutant. That's a mutant from X-Men. Why are we changing Klingons? Why are we changing this? Why are we changing that? There's no reason to, unless you are consciously trying to destroy something for your own narrative.
That's
At the end of the day, that's the baseline. That's where it comes down to.
Well, the way that's it.
It's a Lego version, but it's the first image I saw.
Him, yeah.
Yeah, that's even peel.
I never knew his name. Yeah, I never knew his name.
But
okay.
That's what that Ferengi reminds me of.
Well, it's another proof of evidence that all Alex Kurtzman and company want to do is take from other IPs and put it into Star Trek. And one thing I noticed from the trailer is that it's another shoot 'em up, bang bang type of trailer. That's not what Star Trek's about.
No,
actually, there wasn't a whole lot of shoot 'em up, bang bang even in that. There wasn't.
But a bump.
I mean, the way
it
the way I
was.
grew up, those that identified as we, them, we called them schizophrenics.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate how they're changing everything. They keep throwing stuff into our shows. Like a lot of people didn't actually see this. And I kid you not, a lot of people didn't see this. There is a lesbian kiss at the end of Rise of Skywalker, and a lot of
Yeah,
people didn't
there
catch
is.
that first viewing. And I'm like, and a lot of people are like, well, there's nothing wrong. I'm like, but why did you do it though? A random chick kisses another random chick. That's never been seen in Star Wars before. Why are you throwing that into the Star Wars if it's not needed? Why again? And it comes back down to why are you changing stuff? Don't change stuff just to fit your narrative. Don't change Ferengi. Don't change Klingons. Don't add in the whole they them stuff into Star Trek.
Well, see,
That
now
doesn't exist.
I didn't have a problem with the two women kissing in the background. I should say I don't have a problem with the image. If you put it in there just as part of the story, that's fine. But you put it in there to push a narrative, and that's what bothers me.
No. And if I didn't make that point, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. If two chicks want to kiss and there's a reason for it, great. But if it's just like throw that in there just for the hell of it, it's like, why are you throwing that in there? That's what bothered me because again, there's no reason for it. It's not like, hey, this is my sister, this is my whatever. Okay, great. I don't care. It's injecting stuff that has no basis whatsoever.
Exactly.
And like they them, like
because they've been doing things like this for years.
Oh yeah,
if you go back to, there's an old movie. Let me think. Death Trap came out in 1982 with Christopher Reeve. Who was the other actor?
I can look it up.
Just give me a second. Christopher Reeve and Michael Caine.
Oh yes, Michael
in
Caine.
that movie.
Very good actor.
In that movie, they kissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was done so much better because it was actually part of the storyline, not agenda driven.
Yeah, that's why Stamets and his
and the doctor.
Were they actually married? Yeah, were they actually married in this show? I don't know if they ever actually stated if they were or they were just like boyfriends or I don't know.
Yeah, I think they were just a couple.
Okay, yeah. Like that, a lot of people had issue with that. I'm like, you know what? You're not forcing it down my throat. They're not like saying, this or that. I'm like, okay, you know what? Whatever. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, for the first, 4 or 5 episodes of season 1 of Discovery, you thought they actually hated each other.
Yeah, with the way they acted.
Yeah, that's a very good point. At one point, I actually did think that. Yeah.
You just thought they were constantly at odds until like episode 6 when they show them living together, and it's like, oh, okay, they're a couple. End of subject.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they at least gave that an element of an explanation, so it wasn't just like, hey, here's 2 guys living together just for shits and giggles. It's like they actually gave a little explanation because there was that one line that I'm trying to remember who it was, but they were talking about like that performance. It was like either a music performance or like a play or something like that. Like, oh yeah, do you remember that when we went out on that date and whatnot? Like they actually gave a story to it. They actually try to make something of it and not just say, yeah, here's this suck it up kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I want to be involved in the story. If 2 guys are living together and they're dating or what have you, give me an actual story with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because then I want to get involved in the characters. I actually want to care for the characters. And I don't care if they're gay or straight. I want to care for them and have that story that links me to them that I can relate to. I didn't really get it with those 2, but they at least made an effort to get it.
Well, see, I
in
think the
some form.
one that put it the best was Don Belisario.
Mm-hmm.
When he says, we write stories to entertain.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's a message in there and people get it, then great.
Yeah.
But your first rule in creating this stuff is to entertain. It's our escapism. We want to get away from the reality of all the crap they're trying to push now, and we want to get away from it. And now you're going to put it in the entertainments for the sake of pushing that agenda. And that's why people are turning away from entertainment.
It's not like
or
how Star
creating
Trek
their
used
own.
to be. Star Trek used to tell stories that would, have a little bit of modern day in it, but at the end, it wouldn't tell you this is the side you need to be on. If you're not on this side, then you're a bad person.
Yeah.
You know, one of the good ones about about racism, and I forget the name of the episode. It's
Can't you see the difference? He's black on one side, white on the other.
Exactly.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm like,
yes.
I think yeah, that was OG series. Yeah, I was trying to remember which one, but yeah.
Yeah, it was, he's black on one side and white on the other, and so are you, yes, but he's black on the left side, I'm black on the right side. And so, I mean, there's your narrative into the racism, but it wasn't shoved down your throat.
Exactly, and Punkwaddle says, I don't have to relate to a character's choices or decisions, but if I can relate to their humanity and they're shown well, then I can appreciate their story.
Exactly.
And he's exactly right.
Yep, that's the point I was trying to make, is that I don't care if you're bi, straight, or whatever. I don't care about that. Just give me good written characters that I can relate to. That's all I'm asking for. I don't care. Because wasn't there DS9? One of Dax's former hosts was
comes aboard the station. She comes aboard the station. They're former lovers.
Yeah.
And
the former
it's
lovers,
the rule of the trail that they're not supposed to get involved with their past relationships. Well, what did Dax and this past lover do? And this past lover was played by Susanna Thompson. Well, they get involved.
Yep. But the thing is, they at least gave that an explanation. You're like, okay, you know what? No, that makes total sense to me. Like, I get that 110%.
It's like I'll bring this up over and over again. Pale Moonlight. Cisco had to figure out a way to get the Romulans involved in the war on their side. The Federation and the Klingon Empire were losing the war. They needed help, and they needed it badly.
And he cheated and lied to do it. And then, that was a fantastic episode, because the entire thing was just his captain's log that nobody would ever read. But it gave the story as to why he justified why his actions were necessary.
Yeah, and even at the end, he said, I had to do it. And he even admits he'd do it again.
Yep. But that's when the story was good. See, my personal, of all the Star Trek series that came out, I want to say Deep Space Nine is actually my favorite, because it was more down to earth and realistic than any of the other series that were out there. I'm saying I love them all. They're all good. But Star Trek Deep Space Nine had the more relatable characters, because they actually showed their flaws.
Exactly. They weren't perfect. None of them were.
And let's just admit, they had some of the most badass moments, like that moment with was it Eddington? Eddington. I think it was Eddington.
Yes.
Yeah, with the Maquis, and then Cisco's like, Mr. Worf, I'm a quantum torpedo with forget what it was on it. Target the surface, target the atmosphere. And Worf's like, you sure you want to do that? going to be uninhabitable for decades. And he's like, do I have to repeat my order? And Worf's just like, aye, sir. And it's just like, Sisko's willing to sacrifice an entire planet. I mean, it's just...
he was willing to sacrifice his Starfleet commission just to get Eddington and get back at him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so... This is why
Eddington had him pegged. You know, it was I defied you. That's why you're coming after me.
Yeah. I can't remember the exact quote, but it's somewhere along the lines, I defied the great Captain Sisko.
Yep.
And now Javert's got to get his revenge because they threw in several Les Miserables references. I know I just butchered that, but
you're good. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is that DS9, you know, it had a lot of good stuff in it, a lot of heavy stuff in it too. It wasn't like a lighthearted Trek. Far from it. I mean, we saw everything from when Nog gets his leg shot off in combat, dealing with the that, and then the like 2 or 3 episodes later when he's dealing with the recovery, and he does a holodeck lounge suite, and it takes his mind off of it, and you find out it was strictly psychological. Like, because he's dealing with the PTSD. So they deal with PTSD. They deal with the hardships of war. That war isn't pretty. They deal with the whole like lesbian thing.
They did that a couple of times because they did one with Jake also when he was starting his writing career.
Yep.
You know, and when Benjamin Sisko was reading his writings, you know, complimented Jake on being able to see both sides of a conflict. Both as a bystander and as a participant. And, Sisko put out, basically told him, it's hard for a man to deal with his inner emotions the way that you put it down here.
Yeah.
Well, also in the beginning of the Klingon War, how Worf was put on trial for supposedly destroying a freighter that was full of women and children. And
oh, that one was a great one.
Yep. You know, I mean, and that's the thing. DS9 is, in my opinion, there's no series that matches DS9. You know, I mean, everyone likes to say, "Oh, what about Next Generation or OG?" Those are good. I'm not dissing on those, but all the stories, the depth, everything, the character
well, not just the stories. Like I said, the DS9 or TOS, the Next Generation, Voyager. I mean, Voyager was in quite a few conflicts, but when you look at the set designs, they were clean. Whereas DS9 was more like Star Wars, more the lived-in, gritty.
Yeah. The moment you looked at the station, you can tell it had a history to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, who was it? O'Brien. He said when the Defiant was going to rescue the Topicon Council, and he's talking with who was it there that was on the ship? I want to say it was Kira, and he's like, "I'm really glad we got these weapon upgrades. It's a long time needed." And then he makes a comment about how, you know, I just hope that, you know, the conflict with the Klingons isn't the test bed for it. And then Kira makes I forget the comment she makes, but he's like, well, the way I see it, either one or two things are going to happen after these upgrades. Either A, they're going to work, or B, we blow the station up.
Yeah, because remember, he had to, you know, get Federation technology, what little bit of Bajoran technology was on the station, and Cardassian technology to work together without the whole station coming apart.
Right. Well, then you had the episode where Riker's twin, well, not twin, but double,
transporter double,
Yeah.
the
Stole
transporter double. Yeah.
the Defiant. Yes. You know, and you actually thought it was Riker at the beginning. You know, it's just the difference in the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you wonder,
Yeah.
whatever happened to Thomas Riker?
Yeah. Because I
Yeah.
believe that was the last episode he was actually in. They never followed up on that storyline.
No.
No.
So,
And well, go ahead. Sorry, I had a thought, but it's not complete.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think the reason why they didn't want to do the whole Riker thing is because remember how and we've talked about this in the past, Pacific, about how with Deep Space Nine and TNG kind of wanting to keep them as separate as possible in a way because DS9 wanting to stand on its own 2 feet kind of thing. I think that's the reason why they didn't bring Riker back, because it would still be it would still be a linkage to TNG. Because that's a TNG thing, not a DS9 thing. I think they can bring him in for just one episode just to kind of throw Riker in there.
I can see that. I can, but Thomas Riker was such a different character from William.
No, I agree. I agree entirely, yes.
But I can see the logic behind what you're saying.
Yep. But it still would have been interesting to see him in a later episode, in season 5, 6, or 7. Especially with the Dominion occupying Cardassia. And
well, he turned himself in so that his crew could go free, and Kira straight up told him, "Don't worry, we will come get you."
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. There's so many good episodes pre-Dominion and during Dominion War. There's so many great episodes.
Yeah, and even they shouted back because Trials and Tribulations was a fantastic episode.
Oh God!
And the way they tied them into the original series with the green screen effects, I thought was fantastic.
Yeah, especially for 1996.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was very well done. I mean, and that last line with Cisco basically just going up to Kirk, and he's just kind of staring at him for a second, and I forget the line he drops, but it's just like that moment of Cisco basically seeing like the great Captain Kirk and actually getting to just sit and actually talk with him for a few seconds. I mean, you felt that weight because he's like, as a Starfleet officer, this is something every Starfleet officer has dreamed of. Meeting Captain Kirk.
Even
the flesh.
Even the the time cops or whatever you want to call them.
Investigations.
Yeah. I mean, even they said, hey, I'd have, they didn't say it to him, but, to each other, I'd have probably done the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and of course, the look with Dax when she shows up and she's in that red uniform. And all the guys are just like stopping for a second. They're like, "Damn, girl!"
But remember when she comes out of her barracks, she says, "And women worry even less when they're discussing about Cisco wearing gold and O'Brien wearing red." And Bashir had said, "Aren't you guys wearing the wrong colors?"
Yeah. I mean,
and Bashir's mouth hitting the floor after seeing her in that mini skirt.
Yep.
My mouth hit the floor. I wasn't even there. Are you kidding me?
And Adam Nimoy got her.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, good on you, man. Good on you. More props.
And the thing is, there's someone who's actually respecting his father's legacy.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, he went to school to be a lawyer. He's literally a lawyer, but he quit that to go into the entertainment business to honor his father's legacy.
Yep. Yep. I mean, it's
that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking, Kurtzman and company to do is to pay respect to what came before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Same with Star Wars, same with Doctor Who. Pay respect to what came before. Don't, look at it and go, "Oh my God, do you believe what they did back then?" Yeah, well, that was back then. That was how things were done back then. You have to realize that if you lived back then, you'd be doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stand up on your, soapbox or sit in your ivory tower and look down upon everything that came before and put people down for doing things the way they did it back then. It's how it was done. Just like, 100 years from now, they're going to look back on everything that we're doing now, and they're probably going to laugh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, and entertainment, I guarantee, is going to be the same way because, I mean, you look at a lot of these TV shows from the 60s and 70s and even 80s, and some of them are classics that are rewatched over and over again, and others you're just like, what combination did you use to smoke to write this stuff? I mean, I mean, today's entertainment is so bland. It's all one note.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a variety. I mean, even go back to when I was okay. So when I grew
there's
up,
no imagination in it anymore.
There isn't. I mean, when I grew up, I remember watching Johnny Bravo, Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, Ed and Eddie. Every show was completely different. Each one had an entirely different premise. They were nothing alike except they were all animated. But everyone had their favorite show that they loved because there was diversity in the writing. Not all, like, look at cartoons nowadays. They're all one-noted. They're all pretty much the exact same thing, more or less.
Mm-hmm. And they use that CalArts design.
Oh, God.
I mean, I'll admit it. I grew up in the 80s watching He-Man, watching Voltron, watching Transformers, G.I. Joe, Ninja Turtles. I could keep going on and on about the cartoons that I watched. And not one time did I think, why isn't there a person that looks like this in the show? Why isn't there a person that looks like that in the show? Because they were already in the freaking show. And what I loved about those shows as a kid was the variety of characters and how different each one of those characters were from the other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up with the Warner Brothers and Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I still watch those. You can actually find those on Amazon. It's like 25 hours of like Looney Tunes and stuff. I kid you not. And there's even classics like Felix the Cat and whatnot, and Betty Boop and whatnot. It's like 15 hours or 25 hours, something like that. It's on Amazon. It's literally just like it's like you're watching one giant movie, but it's all these little episodes that they've just pieced together into one massive thing. I mean, you put that on for a day. That's
Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, Woody Woodpecker, Tom and Jerry.
Oh, God.
I was a big fan of Popeye.
I grew up on that.
Yeah.
Oh, Popeye the Samurai. Popeye was the reason I eat spinach, by the way.
He's still the reason why I eat spinach.
Well, he's not the reason anymore, but as a kid, I hated it. If it was not sweet or savory, I did not want it. And my mother used the combination of Popeye and Sam I Am, Dr. Seuss's Sam I Am. She used that combination to get me to eat a lot of foods that I never would have tried. I was a little picky kid, when I was really young. But now I like a lot of foods that I'm like, how the hell could I not have liked this? Like, what was I thinking? This is where our entertainment is, though.
Yeah.
And we got to keep fighting to take it back. We have to.
We do.
I
mean,
one
of the things I get a hard time about is during the baseball season, as Patriot, I do the box score, so I recap each and every Cub game. But there's another part of me that loves science fiction, pop culture. I love the original RoboCop when it came out in '87. Yeah, I wasn't old enough to go see it by myself in the theater, but my dad and mom let me watch it.
Yeah.
They would let me watch Rambo. They would let me watch Total Recall and Terminator. And I knew it was all fake. Heck, I would watch Friday the 13th. I would watch Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yep. No, I mean, again, entertainment was just different. They actually gave two shits. Whether it was a shitty
Yeah.
movie
Mhm.
or not, shitty TV show or not, they actually care. They actually try to put effort into it. Sometimes you wonder if they actually did when you watch some of this stuff. Like, you're like, really? But, I mean, there's movies today that you can never make today just because of the originality. Like, prime example, The Last Starfighter.
Yeah,
You could
that's a
never
great
make
one.
that today because,
Nope.
unfortunately, with gaming being bigger than it's ever been in the history of mankind, there's no way anybody would be smart enough to take that idea of, hey, what about a guy who games on this all day and is actually a test for an intergalactic war out there and everything. Nobody would come up with that today. Nobody would. And with gaming as big as it is.
Very true. And, there's another show that wouldn't be made today. Married with Children.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that would get greenlit today. I'm glad I have all the episodes on DVD.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean,
entertainment, whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, classic comedies, Blazing Saddles. I was going on social media and I saw somebody post up the worst movies ever made, and Blazing Saddles was number one. I'm thinking, really? Blazing Saddles was poking fun at everything.
Mm-hmm.
God, if I need a good laugh, like if you're just in one of those shitty moods, there's 3 movies I go to guaranteed to get me to get me uplifted. Blazing Saddles is in that top 3 every time. No, never fails. Every time. It's. I mean, I need to actually find that line where he's just like, "Hey, where the white women at?" I need to just find because there's a comedian who I watch, and he does like a little political podcast thing sometimes, and he'll just be like, when people bring up racism, he'll just hit the button, "Hey, where the white women at?" Because it's got so many quotable lines, But
It does.
let me actually go ahead.
You still there, Patriot?
No, I'm still here.
All right, because you cut
Can you
off
hear
for
me?
a second. I can hear you.
Oh no, I stopped. Oh no, I know. I stopped because when you're talking, I didn't want to talk over you.
No, that's fine. Go ahead and say what you need to say, brother.
Oh, I was just gonna say, go even outside of Blazing Saddles. Look at any Mel Brooks movie.
Oh, yeah.
Any of them, all the innuendos, the things, there's no way you can make the Mel Brooks movie today. It's Tropic Thunder, even you couldn't make today.
Mm-mm. And that came out just after Iron Man. I can't remember if it was 2009 or 2010 when that came out, but Robert Downey Jr., with everything about blackface, he couldn't do it.
No.
Mhm.
Oh, he'd be crucified.
Yep. And then mocking the one guy for who's like, everyone's like, oh, he's a rapper, he's a player, he likes getting up in women and whatnot. Turns out he's got a huge thing for Lance Bass, and he wants to,
Mm-hmm.
So when you go to sleep at night, you go to sleep thinking of Lance just there with you. And, I mean, there's no way you can make those jokes even today.
No,
You
because
can't
how
make
sensitive people
comedic
are about
today.
jokes. People have forgotten how to laugh. That's the main thing.
Have.
They've forgotten how to laugh. They've forgotten how to have fun. They've forgotten how to just, rib one another just for the sake of ribbing one another. I mean, heck, how are you supposed to develop a good friendship if you don't joke with your friends every now and then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, but bust each other's balls and all sorts of other shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, if here's how you know if you're my friend. If I feel comfortable busting your balls once in a while, just like in total, like just fun, non-malicious intent. If I'm comfortable enough doing that with you, that's how you know you're a friend of mine. That's how you
Yep,
know if
same.
I feel a level of comfort where I can do that with you.
Same with me.
Well, there was a meme out that's absolutely perfect. If you trip and fall, a friend will ask you if you're all right. A
Yep.
good friend will ask you if you walk much.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
And I have said that to people.
Yep.
And they were good friends. It's like, walk much? Trouble walking today? And then the response would be, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sounds about right to me.
Just playful ribbing. I mean,
I think the best one I ever had was on that particular meme. I brought it up to a buddy of mine, and I showed it to him, and he goes, "Yeah, that's right." And he went to walk away, and he actually tripped. And I went, "Walk much?" And he just died laughing.
it's like one of my buddies who I used to work with was up on a ladder getting a few items in the back room. And he was coming down the ladder, and he missed the last run of the ladder. So I heard this thump. So I go over, and I said, "What? You doing your Macho Man impression?" "Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna make an elbow drop off the top rope." And he just busted out laughing. He said, "Thanks, Mike. Now I feel better."
Yeah.
He said, "No problem, brother. That's what I'm here for, to show that you're the cream of the crop. Nobody does it better."
That's actually pretty good.
Thank you. And I've actually spoken to that buddy, and we are thinking about doing an episode of Pop Talk where we do talk about pro wrestling. So if you guys were ever into pro wrestling at any time, you're more than welcome to join the panel.
Oh yeah,
I'll let you know
I
what day
watched
we're going
it
to
for
do
a while. It's gone along the same lines as everything else in entertainment nowadays.
The only one that seems to be trying to recapture some of the spirit and magic of wrestling is the newest promotion, All Elite Wrestling.
I hadn't heard of that one. I stopped watching. I stopped watching at The Undertaker losing to Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, that was stupid. That was a dumb finish. And I almost thought about going to that WrestleMania, and I'm glad I didn't, because I would have been disappointed. The only WrestleMania I've been to was WrestleMania 29, and Undertaker wrestled CM Punk that year.
I mean, I've got a majority of them on my backups, from the first one all the way through about 30. And then all the Summer Slams and Royal Rumbles and things like that. I've got the entire run of the WCW Monday Night Nitro.
I mean, that's when it was fun. And let's not forget, The Rock was on Voyager.
Yes, he was.
In Tuscany. And, it's funny, looking at that episode, and he actually gives 7 of 9 the rock bottom. And then, of course, Alan Copeland's bringing up Hulk Hogan. "Well, let me tell you something, dudes. We're going to have that live stream one of these weekend, dudes. You're both welcome to come on that stream, brother." Sorry. That is probably going to be part of the stream, too. I'm just giving you guys a warning. I probably will start doing some wrestling impressions.
Hey, if you can do them, then do them.
Yeah. And Alan Copeland is saying he stopped watching in 2000 when WWF bought out WCW and shut them down. I don't blame you, Alan, because after that, it was never the same. It's just another example. Another entity comes in, takes over a property, and does too many changes that are unnecessary.
Uh-huh.
But, I mean, what's ridiculous with Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard, and Lower Decks is you see in the comment sections where people are actually stating their opinion and saying they don't like the show, yet Alex Kurtzman gets 150 million for doing what? Just sitting there on his thumb?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if he's doing that. I mean, he's probably just sitting on his leather recliner in his basement, in his underwear with Cheeto-crusted chest hair, just sitting around and just like, hold on a second, send me that video. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, yep. I'm directing. See, I'm working. That's probably what he's doing.
Like I said, nowadays entertainment it doesn't have the imagination that it used to. That's why we're getting all these remakes and reboots, and they're telling the same old stories again. People don't want to see the same thing over and over and over again.
No, we don't.
No.
It's like just a couple of weeks ago now. They announced that LA Law is coming back. They also announced that the original Law and Order is coming back. And it's another example of not being able to come up with a new idea.
Is it the original Law and Order? Because I saw one.
Yeah, they're reviving the original Law and Order now. Whether any of the living cast members are going to be in it, that's a question only NBC can answer.
Yeah, I mean, I never watched either one of those, but I mean, yeah.
The new one that I saw was called Organized Crime.
I mean, they've been out of ideas for years.
I'll agree with Godzillionaire.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica, that reboot was one that was done right.
Now, I love Battlestar Galactica when it came out. I absolutely loved it. Of course, I was a sci-fi fan. But me personally, I spent 8 years in the Navy. So the reboot, I like the reboot better because it looked, to walk onto the Galactica bridge in the reboot, you really couldn't tell that it wasn't a modern day aircraft carrier.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, even in the special features, they talk about what went into designing everything on the Galactica. They wanted it to look more realistic instead of like how it was on Star Trek when Ronald D. Moore was writing for Next Generation DS9, where everything could be just tapped on a board.
Right.
Instead, they wanted everything to be physically there, where you physically had to punch it in and pick up a phone to speak to someone else, and give it a sense that it has life to it.
Yeah, make it like a real place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the realism. It's in my opinion, the reboot of Battlestar Galactica is, in my opinion, for sci-fi shows, top 5, because it balances sci-fi and realism so damn well.
Yes.
The best way I've ever seen. I mean, because Stargate, they try to make it as realism based as possible, but then sometimes they'll take some leaps, and you're like, wait, how did you get from this to that? So, like, Stargate tries it, but there's plot holes, obviously, but, like,
right.
Battlestar Galactica, it was... Because I knew somebody who actually used to serve on an aircraft carrier in the hangars. And I asked him, I said, so you see the reboot Battlestar Galactica? Like, yeah, I actually just saw it. And this is like 2010, 2011. He's like, yeah, I actually just binged watched it. It's so good. I'm like, out of curiosity, when you see them working on the Vipers, and it looks kind of like a hangar kind of, is that? He's like, that's kind of similar, actually. It's kind of chaotic, but everyone's got their assigned duties. You see like planes lined up in the hangar being repaired or this or that. He's like, yeah, it actually kind of did remind me of that to a degree. I'm like, wow. Like, I was not expecting that. I wasn't. I mean, good writing again. Good writing.
I mean, you got to give credit to Ronald D. Moore. I forget the other guy who was involved with it, but you got to give those two guys credit. You got to give the whole writing team credit for paying attention to all the detail that they paid attention to in that series. For, you know, whether it be them actually going onto an actual aircraft carrier or, you know, a ship to just see how the inner workings are on an actual ship and then try to implement that onto their set. You know, that's what you need in good storytelling. You need that look into intricate detail that might be looked over by one production, while the other production will try to do their best to make it as realistic as possible. Look at Babylon 5. Babylon 5 is a perfect example of trying to make a real world setting on a sci-fi show and making itself distinctly different from anything that came before. Even Sequest DSV did it to a certain degree.
Yeah. I like that one too.
Yep.
I'm sure a lot of the modern day submariners would have loved to have served on that one because submarines are so cramped.
Yeah. See, but again, that was in a good day. That was in the 90s. In the 90s, we got a lot of creative writing all across the board for TV shows. Some of them connected, some of them didn't. But even in the 90s, we still got that.
Right.
You know,
one of the best series out there at that time frame was Quantum Leap.
Yes.
Quantum Leap. Yep. Wasn't Space Above and Beyond also in the 90s?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And Sliders.
Yeah.
I never saw Sliders.
Oh, I recommend it, especially the first 3 seasons.
Yeah, once they killed off the cast, I shouldn't say killed them off. Once the starting cast disappeared, it wasn't quite the same.
No.
Gotcha.
And getting back to Star Trek Discovery, this is out of Entertainment Weekly, and they're saying Sonequa Martin Green takes the chair as captain in Star Trek Discovery Season 4 trailer. It says Martin Green's character, Michael Burnham, is the first black woman captain in a live-action Star Trek series.
That's bullshit.
Wrong.
That's bullshit.
Wrong.
Straight up. Season 1 of The Next Generation.
Yeah, because Picard, I can't remember the character's name, but Picard does make a remark of how quickly she moved up in the ranks because that's how good she was.
Yep.
And also, the actress who was in Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, who was the Saratoga's captain, she came back on Next Generation to play Geordi's mom, and she was a captain.
Yes, she was.
Oh, and that's right.
Let's not forget Cassidy Yates. Someone's going to say
she wasn't part of Starfleet, though. So to be fair, leave her out of it.
All right.
She wasn't actually part of Starfleet. So yes, even though she was a captain, she wasn't a Starfleet captain. So let's stick with just Starfleet captains.
All right, you got me there, sir. You got me there.
Yeah, because that's what they're talking about. Is she's the first to take command of a Starfleet ship.
which is total BS. It's complete and total BS. And it says Sonequa Martin Green is boldly going where no Star Trek has gone before in Discovery's fourth season. Okay, yeah, all right. Keep telling yourself that. After Martin Green's,
there
Michael
was also
Burnham
the female
was.
Vulcan. Sorry.
Yeah.
In Battle of 359, first episode of DS9. She was captain of that one ship. It was a female Vulcan.
Yeah.
Sorry, it just came to mind. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That literally just came to mind.
No. That's fine. That's another example of where it's already been done. Just like having a non-binary species. That was already done in Next Generation. But the article says after Martin Green's, Michael Burnham was promoted to captain in the season 3 finale. Season 4 of Paramount Plus series will see her taking charge as the first black woman to occupy the captain's chair in a live-action Star Trek show. A new trailer for Discovery's fourth season unveiled Saturday at New York Comic-Con teases the crisis ahead of Burnham and her crew in the new batch of episodes. Yeah, the crisis of the season. Meanwhile, going back to DS9, the crisis was the Dominion. But we didn't get the Dominion right away. We would get little sprinklings of the Dominion, being told there's someone out there in the Gamma Quadrant and they're a force to be reckoned with because ships are going into the Gamma Quadrant, but they're not coming back.
And to answer your question, the actress is, I don't even know how to say this, Ursaline Bryant.
Okay.
Is the actress's name, and she played Captain Twyla Scott.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Black Dragon.
It was season 1, episode 24. The episode's name was Conspiracy. And it aired May 7th, 1988.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was the season finale for Next Gen of season 1.
No, there was one episode after that, The Neutral Zone.
Okay. But what I do remember about that episode is there's a scene in the conference room. Picard's there, Riker's there, and they remove these lids from these bowls, and they're starting to eat maggots and worms and such. And there's a parasite that's inside these officers, and the only way that you know that they're there is there's this thing sticking out of their necks.
Mm-hmm.
And near the end of the episode, it's Riker and Picard who take their phasers and actually blow away one of the officers because he's inhabited by these creatures, and you actually see the creature after the human shell is blown away, and they blow that away too, and it's left at a cliffhanger as to where did this species come from, and also are they going to be a threat in the future.
Yeah, I don't think they ever followed up on that in the Star Trek series, but they do follow up on that in Star Trek Online.
Yeah. And in this article, it says, today we seek to understand a threat like none our galaxy has faced before. Burnham says in the trailer, the fourth season will see the Starship Discovery's crew dealing with a massive anomaly that threatens life throughout the galaxy, putting Federation and non-Federation worlds alike at risk. The crisis forces these various worlds to work together to confront the unknown and ensure a hopeful future for all. Multiple new Star Trek series are slated for Paramount Plus over the next year, including the animated kids show Star Trek Prodigy and the Captain Pike-focused Strange New Worlds. Star Trek Picard is also slated to return for its second season in February. Star Trek Discovery Season 4, meanwhile, premieres November 18th on Paramount Plus. Check out the season trailer above. And no, do not ask me to review it. I refuse to review it.
Yep.
Discovery, even if it was a good storyline, would kind of take me out of it for the same reason I didn't care for Prometheus.
Mm-hmm.
Prometheus is the prequel to Alien, which is a good storyline to describe what happened. However, you did Alien in 1977 with 1977 tech.
Yeah.
Now you're doing a prequel, which is supposed to happen before it, with current generation tech. So it looks like they devolved by the time they got to Alien.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only thing that bothers me about doing prequels like that. Yeah, and that's what Discovery has done. Discovery is supposed to be before the 5-year mission of the Enterprise with Kirk. Yet the tech is so much further advanced.
That it is. And, that's what took me out of watching Prometheus, is looking at it and going, so this takes place before the first Ridley Scott movie, yet, like you're saying, it looks too far advanced. And, okay, someone might say, well, don't nitpick about that. Of course I'm going to nitpick about that. It doesn't line up.
Yeah.
If we're supposed to...
when you look at something like The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, which came out in 1982.
Yeah.
And then they did that one, in 2002, I think, also called The Thing. But they went back and used the original tech.
Yeah.
Literally, you could watch the prequel first and then watch John Carpenter's The Thing and think it's one 4-hour-long movie.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's all we're asking for, is some consistency.
Yep.
And I've said that they could have easily have done it, because we saw what they did in Enterprise. They did a incredible modern look on, or modern take, I should say, on the original series, while still keeping that feel and everything, the authenticity factor, but they just beefed up some of the lighting, made everything look a little bit more, I don't want to say advanced, but slightly newer, or but they're walking around the deck of the Defiant, and you feel like you're in the original series still. Like, you could have easily have done it. It's not hard. It's not hard. Enterprise did it, and that was done in the early 2000s.
Right.
Well, DS9 did it several years earlier with Trials and Tribulations by trying to make sure that their lighting matched how it looked on the screen in the original series, how they paid so much attention to how the sets looked. So they tried to make sure that when they built their sets, that it looked as close as possible to what was produced in the 1960s.
Yep.
That's all we're asking for when it comes to, going back to the source material, that you pay homage to that source material. And if you have to rebuild the sets from the original blueprints, do so. If you have to, look at a story over and over again to try to touch up on something that wasn't touched up on, then do so. And maybe even call the original writers, if they're still alive, to get their input.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame what we've got now in both TV and movies and books. It really is.
Well, see, that's the one thing, that Donald Belisario did with Quantum Leap. When, he was filming an episode and Sam Beckett, leapt back into 1965. You didn't see license plates on cars that said 1971. He paid attention to detail so that everything was time specific to where they were at. And it's little details like that that the fans actually appreciate because they'll catch things like that.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily nitpicking. Just like one of the problems that I've got with Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is the scene where Chekhov and Khan meet. And Khan, tells Terrell, I don't know you, but you I know, and calls him by name. Yet in the original series, Khan was in season 1 and Chekhov never showed up till season 2. So they'd have never actually met. It's just little things like that that fans will pick up on. Now, it didn't, detract from the movie, but it's just one of those things that, yeah, there's an inconsistency there that, kind of bothers me.
And, some fans have even debated on that as to saying, well, maybe Chekhov was on the lower decks, maybe once he graduated
possible, because Sulu in the first, he didn't start out as the navigator. He was down in like hydroponics at the start of that series. So yes, that is possible.
Yeah. I mean,
but see, even then, with the Wrath of Khan and Harv Bennett coming in, the thing is, Harv Bennett and Nicholas Meyer actually rewatched all 79 episodes so they can get a feel for the characters. So when they wrote the story for Wrath of Khan, it felt like something that was coming directly from the original
series. It felt like
series.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
And that's something I, as an audience member, can appreciate.
The audience, we the audience are not hard to please. We're actually not. Like, we can forgive.
No, we're not hard to please,
stuff.
but we're not stupid either.
And actually, that's what I was actually ready to say, is that we're not hard to please, but we're not idiots. Okay, so you gotta, you can't be just laissez-faire and just be like, well, we're just going to give you this and you won't know the difference, because some people, they might not know, but unless it's its own standalone, fans will know the difference. Some fans will poo-poo it. Purists, they will grab the torches and the pitchforks, but fans will know the difference. And unfortunately, if it's any franchise, the fans are the ones that are sustaining your movies.
Yeah.
I mean, look at John Wick, for God's sakes. John Wick has such a fan base now because people love those movies, and they created their own little universe. And every movie continues on with the expanding this universe of this like underground secret assassin society, basically. And they stay true to that every time. They don't deviate. It's simple. It's straight to the point. You can love or hate them, but they at least stick to the narrative that they have created, at least. They're going, they filmed 4 and 5 back to back, and they've said 4 and 5, that's it. This is closing out the entire storyline that we had envisioned and everything. Keanu Reeves even said, this is it, 4 and 5, done. We're done after 4 and 5. And they filmed them back to back, kind of like how they did with Lord of the Rings kind of thing. But they at least have stuck with the continuity they created. I give them props for that. Again, love or hate them.
They at least put the effort into it.
Yeah. And it's like one of my favorite YouTubers says, and I'm going to go ahead and mention his name. I don't care if people like it that I follow him and I'm subscribed to him or not. But Doomcock, without respect, we reject. And he's right.
Yep.
You can't treat your audience like we're a bunch of buffoons, because we're not.
Yep.
And we really don't ask for a whole lot.
No, we don't.
No. I mean, I think look at Star Wars. What was the biggest thing with the sequel trilogy that everybody wanted to see when they heard that It was going to be based 30 years after and whatnot. What was the one thing people were clamoring to see on screen?
Han, Luke, and Leia together again.
Yep.
Yep. And after the second movie, they lost their chance because Carrie Fisher died not long after the second movie was even released, I think.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they had to use they used extra shots from or discarded shots from the first two movies to fill in all the scenes with her in the third one. That actually she never actually filmed the third one per se in person. So and we never got that, and we will never get it ever again because one of those actors is dead. So we will never get the one meetup that Star Wars fans ever since going back to the OG, we will never get it.
No.
And I don't want to hear people say, "Oh, well, you can just deep fake it like you did." No, sorry, no. I want flesh and blood Carrie Fisher or none at all. You are not doing a reunion of any sort, and even that, I don't even know if I'd want to watch it after what they did to Han and Luke in those.
No kidding, and I'll agree with Gozillionaire on the, catching, out of date plates and whatnot. It's not something that you're going to do on a casual watch, but on a rewatch you would, yes. But going to what you were saying, look at right now. I am waiting with anticipated breath for December, and it's not for anything Star Wars related. I'm waiting for season 4 of Cobra Kai.
As am I.
Because the people that are doing that are fans of the movies and are taking care to follow those storylines and do service to the original material. They've brought in new characters and given them a good story arc to where you care about them. But they are not destroying the original characters in favor of the new characters. They're doing a true passing of the torch. That show is so well done. And a lot of these people in Hollywood, especially Lucasfilm and Disney, need to pay attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, when you look at Cobra Kai, the character of Johnny Lawrence, you were supposed to hate him in the original Karate Kid and Karate Kid 2. In Cobra Kai, you're given a reason to root for the guy.
Yep. And hate Daniel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I already did after that one YouTube video.
To be honest, and it goes to what, Star Wars says, everything is by, a certain point of view. When we saw the original movies, all we saw was Daniel's side of things.
Yep.
So Johnny was the bully and Daniel was the one being picked on. Well, now you get to Cobra Kai and you hear Johnny's side of it. Now, some of it is probably with Johnny Lawrence's attitude, shall we? I mean, that's just for lack of a better term. But with Johnny Lawrence's attitude, you see things from a different perspective to where, no, Johnny wasn't a bully. He was trying to straighten his life out, and Daniel came in and was bullying him.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it in the series to where, Daniel's, pardon my French, being a prick.
Yeah, he was.
But the thing that I like is, yes, it's 30 years later, and Johnny's still holding the grudge. Daniel so much isn't. Until later on, I mean, he develops into that, the character that you really don't like. But you see the two of them get together, and you see them interact, and you could see where, yes, under certain circumstances, they could be friends. And they start being that, and then some outside force interjects itself, and they go right back to being enemies. And that's constant throughout the series, and it's done so well.
Yeah, and then, when John Kreese comes back into the picture, and after a
Oh,
while,
and
it
you know
forces.
he's manipulating both of them.
Oh yeah. And then, of course, in the season 4 trailer, we see that one guy from Karate Kid 3. I can't remember the character's name, but
Terry Silver,
Yep.
played by Thomas Ian Griffith.
Yep. God, I remember him. He made me
Yeah,
laugh.
the trailer
He made me
shows
laugh.
him coming back, which is at the end of season 3. That's who you thought Kreese was calling anyway.
mm-hmm.
So to see him show up in the trailer was really no surprise. One that I would like to see, and it would tickle me pink. If you remember Karate Kid 3, they got the other student, Mike Barnes.
Yes.
Mhm.
And you could see in Karate Kid 3, you could see Terry Silver was manipulating everybody. Miyagi, Daniel, Mike Barnes. He was the master manipulator. And about halfway through, or by the third act, you could actually see it on Mike Barnes' face. What have I gotten myself into?
Yeah.
So he wasn't completely on board with the whole thing, but as he said, his financial future's on the line. So yeah, he's going to continue through with it. I'd like to see a continuation of the Mike Barnes story. What I'd like to see is Mike Barnes grew up and, I'm not going to say grew a conscience, but, he actually grew up and is respectable now and knows what happened in the past and joins with Daniel and Johnny to fight Kreese and Silver. I'd love to see that storyline.
Yeah, and who knows? We may even see him in season 4.
We
You
might.
never know.
Or we might
Yeah.
see him in season 5.
Yeah, because season 5 has been confirmed.
Yes, it has.
I did hear
You
that.
know,
Yeah.
I loved the episode with Elizabeth when they brought Elizabeth Shue back in.
Mm-hmm.
Because she sat there and basically dropped a whole bunch of truth bombs to where both Johnny and Daniel go, you're actually right.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking through blinders. You're seeing a big picture.
Yeah, they needed that wake-up call.
They did. And that's why, I watched the last 10 minutes of that last episode of season 3 about once every 2 weeks or so. Just because I love that ending when Johnny and his students walk into the Miyagi dojo and you can see that they're all together.
Mm-hmm.
That for Cobra Kai, that was the Luke Skywalker moment in The Mandalorian.
Yep. And,
Well,
speaking of The
respect it,
Mandalorian, I had read an article on Thursday's edition of Pop Talk saying that Gina Carano might be back for the 4th season of The Mandalorian.
I saw
don't know
something
if I
about
believe
that too.
Yeah.
I forget where I saw it, but I did see that somewhere.
The source I got it from was Inside the Magic, and I don't know if I believe that until Gina Carano herself and Disney and Lucasfilm say something. I don't know if I believe it.
Right.
Yeah, actually, Drunk 3PO was asked about that because he has a personal friendship with Gina Carano,
Right.
and he was asked about that, and he's like, "I'm going to tell you guys right now, I have no inside sources, no nothing, but this is just from what I know, just with talking with Gina and everything. She's very happy where she is right now. She's loving making her movie right now, and she's not going to get pulled away from this opportunity to make this movie that she wants to do." In the way she wants to do it, with the freedom that she's being given to do it, he's like,
right.
She would just give that up willy nilly.
That makes sense.
Which to me means that, because remember, Disney has also known for late of creating stories just for traction purposes.
Yep.
So I agree with Pacific when he said that basically, unless I hear it from her herself or from her agent at least, then I'm not going to buy it. And that's where I am. Unless I hear Gina Carano's agent or herself say, "Hey, yeah, I'm coming back, season 4 or season 5, whatever season of The Mandalorian, I'm coming back." Unless I hear that,
I'll actually
I will not
disagree
believe.
with you on part of that. I'd want to hear it from Gina herself because her agent can can get something from the studio and put out a piece that says, "Hey, yeah, she's going back," and she can turn around and say, "No, I'm not interested."
No,
Very
fair
true.
point. That's a very fair point. Very fair point. So,
Because when all this started, the agents that were representing her at the time dropped her.
Yeah, they dropped her
that's right.
immediately.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hearing from her agent means nothing to me. Hearing something from the lady herself will actually mean something.
Well, that's a fair point. That's a very fair point. So, I know Mandalorian season 3. There's a lot of rumors as to what's going to happen. Where's it going to go? There's rumors and everything. I don't even know if they've started filming it yet.
That I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know.
Yeah. So, but Disney's in a lot of hot water right now because they're under what is it SICS? They're under at least one financial investigation at least for cooking the books, and then with Black Widow and Shang-Chi doing disastrously in the box office for them, Shang-Chi I think is estimated at this rate to break even. And I don't know if Black Widow even made money. So
Black Widow was a mess from the start with.
Yeah, that's true too.
And I'm not talking the lawsuit per se. Just going into the movie was not put in the right spot. It came out too late for people to really be interested in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I watched it recently. I did my review of it. Yeah, I repeat myself in the review, but the first half of it was all right. But once it starts getting closer to the third half, it starts falling apart.
Okay. I haven't seen it, so as much as I like the actress, that's just one of being that it was out of time, out of chronological order. It was one of those things that just didn't appeal to me.
I never wanted a Black Widow movie. I mean, I never wanted one to begin with, and where they put it in terms of the MCU.
Like I said, that needed to. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like I said in my review, this was a movie that needed to come out after Captain America: Civil War.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been the right place for it.
Yep. Totally.
And
agree.
If they'd have done it then, I'd have been more than happy to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because now you're just like, what? Are we bringing people back from the dead now? So who else died that we can just bring back?
Exactly.
So.
Well, they did that with Boba Fett, and I'm glad they did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna watch the Book of Boba Fett, to be honest.
Well, no, I'm not saying the Book of Boba Fett, but when they brought him, when he got his armor back in that episode of The Mandalorian,
I get what
that
you're
was
saying,
the best. That was the best Boba Fett He was more Boba Fett there than he was in the Return of the Jedi.
Well, he wasn't Boba Fett actually. Now this is to my knowledge because I'm not the most super knowledgeable on the EU. But Boba Fett really became a big deal because of the EU, not so much Return of the Jedi. Because Boba Fett in the Return of the Jedi was a very, very minor character.
He was.
So that's where Boba Fett really got his I guess call it fame. It's from was from the EU. So that's to my knowledge. I could be wrong. So
no, you're right.
So, but I mean, Boba Fett. I was glad to see Boba Fett, and everything. I just, again, with Disney being Disney, I have a hard time because they've screwed up Star Wars so many times that
Yes.
I feel like people are so desperate for anything even passable. It's like, hey, guess what? This might be 10-week-old hamburger, but it's better than that pile of dog crap you're eating. So, people will eat up the 10-week-old hamburger because it tastes better than dog crap, even though, again, it's a 10-week-old hamburger.
Right.
I feel like
Well,
people are in that
the thing
stage with
about the
Star
Disney
Wars.
releases is they come out with something. I mean, they put out trash, and then
Yeah.
they come out with something good. It's every time they take a step forward, the next is 2 steps back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then they come out with something else. Okay, you've taken a step forward, and then it's 2 steps back. And it's been there since they took over Lucasfilm. That's the way it's been.
Yeah. It's been almost 10 years
Yeah.
since they made that acquisition, and once it was made, I wish we all knew that everything was going to go downhill then. It would have
Some
prepared
people
us.
did, some people did, and some didn't. It honestly depended on the person. I honestly thought, okay, Disney, good story. They can do good storytelling. They have the budget and the people to do visuals and effects. Okay, we're gonna get Star Wars like you've never seen it before. Like,
And we did.
it's gonna have that.
To be fair,
Well,
visually they were fantastic.
some
Storyline
some I don't
was
think
nothing.
So. Storyline there was nothing at all. In fact, if anything, story-wise they regressed.
Exactly.
I mean,
Well, see, I was not happy, and this is just me personally. I'm not speaking for anybody but me. I was not happy with the Disney acquisition of Lucasfilm for one reason. Growing up on Disney, I always saw them as a family company. That's the way Walt started this. Family oriented. They did fantastic family movies. They did fantastic animated television shows and movies. They were good for that. When it came to science fiction, Disney didn't know what he was doing, and neither does current Disney. I personally did not care for the black hole, which was their jump into science fiction. But that's
I've only
just me
seen
personally.
reviews on that, and
I know people that
a lot
love
of
the
people
black
feel the same
hole.
way you do.
I
I've never
didn't care
seen the
for it.
black
It was
hole,
not.
though.
It was not good. There were parts. I mean, like everything that's out there. Where, I mean, I don't care if we absolutely despise the. And you said it yourself, Pacific. There are parts of Lower Decks that you chuckled at. There are parts of these rotten movies that are really not all that bad. You know, they have their moments. And Black Hole was the same way. It had its moments. There were parts that were okay. But as a whole, I did not care for the Black Hole. I did not care for Disney, trying to do science fiction because, in my opinion, they weren't doing it right. So when I heard, Disney bought Lucasfilms and they're going to do Star Wars, my first thought was, oh shit.
And that's actually a very fair point. I mean, well, with the movie, okay, here's a movie surprisingly a lot of people still don't even know about, Treasure Planet.
Yeah.
Well, I remember seeing that one.
I mean, the thing is, I didn't know at first that was a Disney movie, and the guys actually had the idea for Treasure Planet like years before it was made, and they kept trying to push Disney, hey, we want to make this. We think it'd be really good. And they were like, and these are the same guys that did, what was it, Hercules? Like, okay, if you do Hercules and Hercules does well enough, we will let you do your movie. But Disney didn't really back the movie in terms of the level of advertising and everything. I only knew about it because a family friend brought over the DVD. I was like, hey, you guys ever heard of Treasure Planet? I'm like, no, what is it? He's like, imagine Pirates of the Caribbean, but in like space. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be a terrible movie. Oh my God, it's one of my most. It's in my underrated movies list. It's in the top 3 because nobody knows about it. But you watch it, you're like, oh, that was so much fun. You know, I mean,
well, I'll tell you about a movie
good sci-fi
that I saw the trailer for. No, this wasn't released by Disney, but I remember seeing the trailer for it back in 1998 and going, "This looks absolutely stupid," and then actually watching it when it came out on DVD and going, "This movie's absolutely brilliant," and that's The Big Lebowski.
Okay.
I've heard of it, never seen it though.
Oh, I recommend it.
Yeah, I
brother.
know of it, but I hadn't seen it either.
I recommend it. It's a great movie with Jeff Bridges and John Goodman. You've got Steve Buscemi in it, and it's written by the Coen brothers. It's a great movie. I'm trying to get a review done for it, but with Universal being Universal, it's kind of a hard thing to put in any clips or stills without them actually coming after you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even though you'd win it on fair use, it's still a fight you really don't need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's well, that's the thing. Disney messed up with Star Wars when they did not encourage Lucas to stay involved in the creative side. They didn't push at all, and honestly, I blame Kathleen Kennedy. So I put that solely on Kathleen Kennedy's shoulders. I put that solely on her shoulders because she could have said, "George, we need you." You know, she could have pushed for Disney to be like, "Hey, you know, George, we still want you involved in the creative. You don't have to get your hands dirty, but at least be like a creative advisor. At least, you know, you created this universe. At least just stay on board as an advisor." She could have pushed for that. She had no desire to have him involved in any way.
No, she wanted total power and control.
Well, just like Bob Iger never had any intention on using the outline that George Lucas gave him for Episode 7, Episode 8, and Episode 9. He had no intention.
Yeah.
Well, neither did Kathleen Kennedy.
No.
That is the one thing, you know, and I don't care if she stays at Disney the next 100 years. She just needs to stay away from Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why she's at Disney, though. It's for Star Wars. There's no
I know. And that is the one thing that absolutely irritated the snot out of me, because you can go back and see that interview when he signed the paperwork. And she sat there and looked him in the face and told him, "We need to honor your creation and carry these characters, you know, into the future and honor your legacy." And he walked out of that room and basically she went, "Yeah, F him."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, also her going to one of the Star Wars celebrations and revealing that shirt that says "The Force is female." The Force was always female. Leia was the strong character that we got introduced to in the original Star Wars.
Yep.
And from Leia, it went on to other characters.
Yep. I mean, you had Padme. And even again, love or hate the sequel, the prequels, they introduced other strong females. Now, granted, they weren't really expanded upon until you got to like Clone Wars era, but you had all these female Jedi, like these like people are like if you list all these various Jedi that people like, I guarantee there's at least one female Jedi.
And a majority of them is going to say Ahsoka Tano.
Ahsoka Tano or what was it? Alaya Sakura, I think her name was, the Twi'lek, the other Twi'lek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her.
Twi'lek.
Yeah, her. Twi'lek. Yeah, I always pronounce it wrong.
I do too. Don't worry about it, brother. But you know, even looking at Ahsoka, Ahsoka's story arc, how she, you know, starts off in the first season and how they develop her character. By the end, you loved Ahsoka. In the beginning, you're like, Get out of here, you little brat.
Exactly.
Oh God!
But she was
yes.
designed
I
that
actually
way.
did that experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Godzillionaire brings up Shakti.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shakti. Yep. Yep. So I mean, Star Wars has always had strong women in it. I mean, look. Okay. Name. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna say this one thing, and everyone, and I guarantee every guy's probably giggling either externally or internally. I'm gonna say this one thing that every man loves about Leia. Slave outfit. I'm just gonna drop that out there,
Yeah.
and
I'm not going to deny
yeah,
it. I am not going to deny
yeah.
it.
It's still in my nerd fantasy book, by the way. It's still in my nerd fantasy book. It's still there, and it will never leave.
I know Carrie Fisher hated that outfit. I know she didn't like the fact that George didn't want her to wear a bra in the original Star Wars, but you know what? She was a good-looking woman back then.
Yes, she was.
She was. What? I mean, I've
Have
heard
you ever
somebody
seen
even
the
say,
Blues Brothers?
Yes, I
"Oh
have.
God, yeah,
Yes, I have.
I own that." Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Carrie Fisher and the Blues Brothers? Oh, yeah. How Jake Blues could have left that at the altar, I have no idea.
I don't know, but the fact that she was drop dead gorgeous and could hand make rocket launchers and flamethrowers and everything, whew, she's even more of a catch in my book, even after all
There
that.
you go.
Mm-hmm.
But we've always had strong black people. Like freaking Lando was like practically like a male sex icon in the original Star Wars.
Yep.
Like, suave, good with the women and whatnot. I mean, he's making moves on Leia in the second movie.
No,
Yeah.
he wasn't. Not according to the Solo movie. He was actually making moves on C-3PO.
When he found out he couldn't have him, he had him blown apart. Oh my God. So hashtag Solo lost money.
Yeah. And the thing is, even that movie, when I first saw that movie, I absolutely hated it. But I was coming off all the garbage they were putting out with the sequels.
Yep.
I rewatched it about a month ago. Just to give it a chance.
Yeah.
And even to me, it still was not a good movie, but it wasn't as bad as when I originally watched it. But like I said, I originally watched it with that chip on my shoulder. There are parts of that movie.
It's absolutely terrible.
It is. It's not a good movie, but it's not as bad as, if you sit down and watch it later with a more of an open mind, it's not as bad as you remember. It's still not a good movie, no. But, actually when they were actually doing the Kessel Run, and he's sitting in the pilot's seat and his girlfriend sitting in the co-pilot's seat, and he makes the comment, well, we need to do this, and Chewbacca starts flipping switches. And she looks up at him and goes, how do you know how to do that? And he grumbles something, oh, well, then this is your seat. And when he sits down and the two of them look at each other, I actually got the feeling from the original trilogy of these two were friends. And it actually brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah. I mean, there were. I ain't saying there weren't any good moments in
right
in the Solo movie. There were some, yes, very very few and far between in my opinion. But again, just my opinion.
I'll agree. I'll agree.
I think a lot. I think the problem a lot of people had with the movie is that it Han Solo was what's the term, upshown, upstarted, whatever, by the female chick. Like the female chick was like
Upstaged.
the best,
Upstage,
you know.
yeah.
Upstage, there you go. Yeah, it's like, you know, as Doomcock put it, she's the bestest thing ever. You know, she can do everything. She can fight. She can do this. She can do that. And it's like, okay, so what's Han then? Chopped liver? Like it certain things in that movie just didn't work. There were a few moments, yeah.
Well, like how he got his name.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, that.
I mean,
and then when he and
I know they decanonized the EU.
yeah,
But if you followed the EU in any way, Han Solo was always his name. And he didn't join the Imperial military to be a ground pounder. He went to flight school. He flew TIE fighters.
yeah,
He was an officer in the Imperial Navy.
yeah. Which that's that's actually a deleted scene, by the way. Is him actually in flight school?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either. Just it showed like it said Solo deleted scene, and I forget what it was. It was like a year or two ago. I saw it. It came up in like my suggested on YouTube, and yeah, it shows him in like a simulator and whatnot, and he's trying to be Mr. Hotshot pilot, and he ends up getting shot down, and then you know. So again, but even then, they make him seem so brash and rogue when it's like. That's not, if you're going to join the Imperial, you know, it just, Han was not this super brash rogue person in the, in 4 in A New Hope. He was, you know, he had this kind of rogueness about him, but he wasn't this like, he knew he was good, but he wasn't like screaming it out to the world and bragging about it all the time kind of person.
And I'm sorry,
you
Han
can say, what's a
first.
younger Han? Yeah, Han always shot first. I know. Han always shot first. I might actually get that as a tattoo. Just get Han's blaster, and then in the Star Wars language, just say Han shot first.
I've actually got an image of Harrison Ford holding up a sign that says, I shot first.
He did. And, you know, I'm only speaking for myself here, but I'm sure, you know, you guys and those in the chat could also agree that I would love for Disney to release the original trilogy as it originally looked. You know, they could do it if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, they could, yeah. They easily could, but they're not going to because they don't want anything to do with we'll call it the old Star Wars. They don't want anything to do with it. It's all the new stuff.
Well,
that's
it's
all
like the other day.
Now.
I saw this article and I, talked about it Thursday, how they want to redo the original trilogy, but use some of the original drafts. That's why they really the original drafts, Disney, because they weren't good enough to be the final draft of the film of what we got.
Right.
It's like going back to the new Ferengi design. That's why it was concept art. Because they were trying to fine-tune the design. That's why it's called the concept.
Yep.
And this leads me to the next thing. What do you guys think about Ghostbusters Afterlife? Are you looking forward to it? Are you not looking forward to it?
I am. I actually am.
After an article I saw, I'm cautious because supposedly this movie is going to take some certain takes and lead from the 2016 movie.
I see. I haven't heard that.
Yes, that's the only reason why. Now, granted, I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly it was like the director or somebody involved in the movie said that, and so I'm cautious about it. I'm just very cautious because certain things when I watch the trailer don't make sense to me. It's just like, wow, like like it shows them when they first use the proton pack, they're just using it willy-nilly. And if you watch the original Ghostbusters, these guys look like they were shooting a Barrett 50 cal machine gun. I mean, these guys were like, they could barely control it. It took them a while to learn how to properly control the streams and do this. And you just see these kids, they're just like doing this stuff. Like, it's effortless. And these are kids. They're not grown adults. So I'm like, you're testing me right now just with that alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's,
Well,
it's
I got
again,
a
I'm not trying to
screen.
be a purist, but
I put up a shot for you to share if you're willing.
Okay. Let me go into the private chat here and. Let's see. Try sharing it again because I'm not seeing anything, brother.
Okay, hang on. You got it.
Yep. Yeah, I shot first.
Although, have you guys ever seen these like interviews with Harrison Ford about that whole thing when he's asked about that? Like, hey,
No, I
so in
don't
your
think
opinion,
so.
who really shot first? He's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I think. Well, he wasn't originally slotted to be in that movie, and I don't think he put himself into it to where he cares about his trade. But I don't think he actually cared about the movies.
He
No,
did.
he didn't
He
because
from
I've heard him
what?
say in interviews, "It was a movie I did. I made some money. I moved on."
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't like being synonymous with Han Solo. You know, he
Right.
doesn't
Well,
like
just
that.
like I mean,
He
you look at a lot of characters. Look at Fred Gwynne. Fantastic
mm-hmm.
actor. Was in a lot of movies. But what do we know him as? Herman Munster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at the
Yeah.
Harry Potter kids. You know, what do we know them for? We know them for nothing else but Harry Potter.
Yep. I
Yeah.
mean, when was the last time Emma Watson starred in something that people were going, "You want to go see that because Emma Watson's in it"?
Yeah,
I,
you know. So I mean, and that's a problem. You know, people getting pigeonholed or typecast. You know, and I think that's what Harrison Ford was trying to avoid.
Yeah, because
I
wasn't he like
mean,
a carpenter or something on set
Yeah,
or
he was a
something like
carpenter
that,
on
wasn't he?
set, and the reason George knew him was he starred in American Graffiti.
mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, I know part of the story. I just don't know the whole story. So
Yeah, he was just a carpenter on set, and George asked him to counter read the lines for people they were interviewing for the movie. And by the time they got through them all, they
gotcha.
went, you know, he's actually the best we've had for that role.
Mm-hmm.
He did
Yeah,
not go in to be in Star Wars. He was just there to help them out and ended up getting put in the role anyway.
and Casual Gamer mentions that he likes Star Wars, and I mean not Star Wars, but Indiana
Indiana
Jones.
Jones, yeah.
And at
Mm-hmm.
first, George Lucas didn't want Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones because he was already in Star Wars. But if Harrison Ford wasn't Indiana Jones, we wouldn't have had 3 fantastic movies and a coaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll
I
be right back.
mean,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, but he's also in other great stuff. You know, Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger. You know, as Jack Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
He was the
The
general
Fugitive.
in Ender Games. The Fugitive. I mean, let's see, what else was he in? Oh God, I have to look up his IMDb to see everything. He's been in so much stuff, and um, and that's the thing. Harrison Ford has so many roles, and I don't just see him as Han Solo. I mean, he he's synonymous with Han Solo because he made the character, but there's so many other roles that he's been good in that I feel like he gets overlooked for because so many people are just jaded by he's Han Solo. No, he's also freaking Jack Ryan. He played a great Jack Ryan in those 2 movies. He played Indiana freaking Jones. The General in Ender's Games, I thought he did really great as. You know, screw it. I'm gonna look at his IMDb page because I know there's other movies I've seen him in that I'm just spacing on right now.
I know. I'm thinking of one right now, but I can't remember the name. But when it comes to Harrison Ford, the first movie I ever saw him in, it wasn't Star Wars. It was Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Let's see, Harrison Ford later. Oh, Blade Runner. He was also in Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's see, Age of Adeline. Oh, that's right. He was in Expendables 3. Let's see here. Cowboys versus Aliens. Let's see here. K-19 Widowmaker. You know, like What Lies Beneath, Random Hearts. Air Force One, Criminal Danger, The Fugitive, Patriot Games.
There's one I'm thinking of.
Presumed Innocent.
I gotta look it up to make sure I'm saying the right name of the movie.
Apocalypse Now. I'm just going through the ones I actually have seen these names for. He was in Gunsmoke. I was in 2 episodes of Gunsmoke. TV show called Ironsides.
The original or the remake?
This is going back to the 70s, so I'm assuming it's the original.
Okay, that's the original.
Oh, one of my favorite movies that he was in was Regarding Henry. He was real good in that one. And then, of course, he's in Working Girl.
I mean, he's in so many of these, you know. I mean, his most recent one was The Call of the Wild, which I think had a CGI. I think it was a CGI dog in that movie, I think.
Yeah, it was. It looked terrible from the trailer.
I heard something about that. Yeah, it really did. Yeah, but I mean, there's like all these movies he's in, and a lot of them you might not have seen the movie, but you'll probably recognize the name of it from because you probably at least saw the trailers at least. So, I mean, he's been in so many well-known movies.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's
one movie I thought he was good in, and he played Branch Ritchie in it, was 42.
Oh,
and that was opposite Chadwick Boseman.
About, but
yeah, it's about Jackie Robinson.
Oh, it's about Jackie. Oh, I might actually watch it. I like being a good baseball movie. Yeah, I mean, and unfortunately, you know, like I said, we'll never get him, Mark Hamill, and Carrie Fisher again ever.
Nope.
And
no,
it like what we have gotten from Hollywood with regards to our favorite franchises, whether TV or movies, it's been despicable what we've been given. You know, bastardizations.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm going to go ahead and read this article about Ghostbusters Afterlife, but it says that Ghostbusters Afterlife is a gloomy nostalgia trip through the ruins of American culture. And it's by Kristen Holub, and it says Jason Reitman takes up his father's legacy in the latest attempt to revive the Ghostbusters franchise. Now, we'll all know where she stands on the movie just by reading the article, and it says the original Ghostbusters was an interesting beast, somehow a movie about a group of New York comedians battling spooks and specters. Well, okay, she's already lost me there in the first paragraph. New York comedians? No, they were scientists.
Yeah.
Each one of them specialized in a field of science. It was Ray and Egon who were the ones that were into the supernatural, the paranormal.
Yep. Now,
And,
yes, the Bill Murray character, even though he was a scientist, was a comedian. I'll give her that much.
mm-hmm.
He was the one that didn't seem to take the science seriously like the rest of them did.
No, he was always joking around. He was flirting with Dana Barrett, and I see that we lost.
I saw that too.
Yeah. Hopefully he comes back. But, this article is going on to say the original Ghostbusters was an interesting beast, somehow a movie about a group of New York comedians battling spook specters, became a blockbuster franchise spanning sequels and animated. There you are. All right. Spook specters became
I don't know what happened.
I looked at you were gone. I'm going.
I don't know what happened there.
That's all right, brother. That's all right. And anyways, all right, let me get back on track here. Spanning sequels, animated shows, toys, countless Halloween costumes. What exactly was the main ingredient in success? Answers differ. Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but my take after that first paragraph is she's never actually watched Ghostbusters or Ghostbusters 2 to really get what those movies were about.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
What
You're writing about something you've never seen.
Mm-hmm. What drew us to those movies back then? What would make kids growing up in the 80s and 90s take that VHS tape, stick it into the VHS player, and play that movie over and over and over until that tape was worn out?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And, she's mentioned in Ghostbusters 2016, directed by Paul Feig, proposed that the New York comedians were the most important element in this ghostly brute. No, again, she doesn't get it.
Nope.
She doesn't get what made these movies special. It was the fact that, yes, it had a little bit of comedy in it, but it also had horror in it. And it had the perfect combination of both.
Yeah.
That's what makes the first Ghostbusters so enjoyable, was the horror aspect of it, the little bit of comedy, and you get it mostly from Bill Murray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I don't think I'm gonna.
There's. Yeah.
I don't even think I'm gonna finish reading this article, because anytime, and this is just my personal opinion, folks, but anytime I start reading an article and the author of the article doesn't get what's so special about a franchise that has been around for 30, 40, 50 years, that immediately tunes me out of the article.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How could you not understand why Ghostbusters became such the phenomenon it was? Why we had the animated series, the toy, the cereal, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Ecto Cooler, for crying out loud. Because it was such a great movie, and the cast, everybody in that cast, what can you say? I can't see anyone else in those roles.
No. But on that particular note, being that we watched those movies and we grew up with those movies, it's going to be easy to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we can't see anybody else playing Luke, Leia, or Han Solo.
Yeah. Just, get back to Indiana Jones. I can't see anyone else as Indy other than Harrison Ford.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that there's certain reasons why certain films are so synonymous. Certain characters help make those films what they are, and to see people who have never seen it, that would be like me never having watched a horror movie and trying to write my own horror movie and make it the most outstanding horror movie on the face of the earth. Writing another Freddy or another Jason or another Michael or another Pinhead or another whatever. I don't know horror. I hate horror movies. We are oil and water. We will never mix. But that would be me trying to be like, you know what? I'm gonna take on this franchise. I'm gonna make the best damn one ever. Why would I do that if that's not my area of that I like? I'll let people who are good at horror do it, not me.
I mean, I mentioned how I watched Friday the 13th and the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I'm not a big fan of horror movies, but those movies I could watch because I knew they weren't real. Even Chucky, I would get a laugh at, especially the later movies. And speaking of Chucky, I'm almost tempted in reviewing the series that's coming out.
I think I saw something about that, but I didn't pay too much attention.
It just looks off the wall ridiculous, and that's one of the reasons why I want to review it. Just because, if anything, I'll get a good laugh.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like they are going with the original of a possessed doll, which, and again, I've never seen any of the Chuckies. I have no desire to see any of the Chuckies, but I mean, the more recent movie that they put out, it was a freaking play doll that wasn't even possessed. It was just, he was basically hacked.
It was a bad computer chip.
Yeah, it was a bad computer chip, which, I'm sorry, we kind of already got something like that in a movie that some people might not have heard of called Small Soldiers.
Yeah.
It's just like, really? These people have no originality.
Nope.
No, they don't. I mean, is it that hard to come up with a new original story idea anymore? I guess so, if you're in Hollywood and you're paid to write these movies and TV shows.
Yeah. I mean, I guarantee you sit Pacific and I down with Chaos. Dear God, we'll come up with a fucking incredible movie concept in about a week, probably.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Chaos and I would do it back in high school when we were writing our own Star Trek fan series. We would sit down and we would iron out details. Yeah, looking back at those stories now, there would definitely be changes.
Right.
And I'm not talking about, appeasing the current, trend here. I'm talking about, developing the characters more, ironing them out better.
Yeah.
Right.
And ironing out the overall story better. Not just making it, well, this story happens because reasons. No. This story happens because you got part A connects to part B, connects to part C.
Yeah.
The interconnection.
2 + 2 = 4, not 5.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I've watched some of those, these people that come out and say 2 + 2 = 5, and they're right, but you have to go into a 20-minute explanation as to how you got there to have it make sense. If you got to go into that much explanation, it's not worth saying in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it also gets to a point where, do we have to know everything about this character, or can we at least keep some of it a mystery for a follow-up episode or a follow-up movie?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be ideally like super, like really nice, you know. I mean, don't, you know, it's like, hey, you know what, save something for later, kind of thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. We don't need all this served to us at once. We don't go into a restaurant and ask for our appetizers and main course and dessert all at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna still go and see Ghostbusters Afterlife because I was looking forward to that movie last year. But will I end up liking it? Well, that just all depends on, what I see on the screen.
Exactly. Like I said, I haven't seen
Mm-hmm.
what Patriot was talking about, so I'm still relatively excited to see this from, everything that I have seen.
Yeah. And I'm cautious again. The article I saw could have just been a fluff thing. It could have been just to basically create drama and talking points. You
Yeah, and
know.
there's enough
So
of that
will I
out there.
still? Yeah. I mean, will I still go see it? Maybe. I honestly I want to see another. I want to see another trailer first, another trailer or two before I make up my mind.
I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I want to see a trailer, and they don't have to be in the whole trailer, but just a few seconds where we see, Ray, we see Winston, and we see Peter. That's what I want to see. I don't have to
Yeah.
see them in their Ghostbusters uniform. I just want to see a glimpse of them. I know in the first trailer we heard Ray saying, "We're closed," but I actually want to see them. I don't want it to spoil the movie for me, but I just want to, get a little taste.
Right. See, I'm also one that's looking forward to the new Top Gun movie.
Oh God, I cannot wait for that.
Which has been delayed till next year.
I know.
Wait. Next year? I thought it was coming out this year though.
It was until they announced several weeks ago that it's going to be delayed till May of next year.
I would love to hear their reasoning for that. I would love to hear their excuse for it because Chaos and I were actually watching the trailer, and then it was like the trailer, and then it was like a little behind the scenes with Tom Cruise, and they show that he's like, you can't see G this stuff. So they actually got into various planes. They had this new specialized cameras that actually are they're mounted on in the cockpit facing the
Yeah,
actor
I saw
and
that one
whatnot.
too.
Yeah, and it's incredible. And Tom Cruise in certain just like very laissez-faire flying shots, he's actually flying some of these planes. They're working with the Navy in detail about, hey, this and that and this and that. They actually go through practicing G's, going through the G-force trainings in the planes, all the actors and actresses and everything. Like and I'm like, they're putting so much effort in this movie, and even Tom Cruise said, you can't fake this stuff. This is the kind of movie that it has to be shot in real life. You can't CG this stuff
Mm-hmm.
if you want that true life feel. And Chaos
Mm-hmm.
and I were watching this thing, him and I just looked at each other and we're like, we have an airplane boner right now. We almost said it in unison. Just because some of the shots they do and everything, it's just like Top. I still love Top Gun to this day, and I love to watch it. And I don't care that the plot is just very basic and everything. You don't watch Top Gun for the plot. You watch it for Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, hot chicks, airplanes, dog fighting, epic movie lines, all this stuff. That you watch it for that. And that's what I want to get in Top Gun. It's one of the few movies I think it's gonna upset the original. It's gonna just take over the original. I think if it's what I hope it is.
Yeah.
So
Well, see,
And
I
when
didn't. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Black Dragon.
I see. The reason that I wanted to see it wasn't for that behind the scenes, even though yes, it was interesting. The reason I want to see it is the dynamic between the pilots. Because if I'm understanding the plot correctly, Tom Cruise's character is called back to Top Gun to teach. I guess basically he's taken Viper's spot in the original. And Miles Tiller plays a pilot who goes to Top Gun. But the character he is playing is Goose's son. And he has a real chip on his shoulder for Tom Cruise because he blames Tom Cruise for his dad's death. And I want to see that dynamic between those two pilots and see how they work that out.
Yep.
Yep. And I'll be honest, I want to see what little role Val Kilmer plays in
I
Top
heard
Gun
he's going to
Maverick.
be in it, which is going to be tough with him having such a hard time speaking now.
Yeah, I think I think him in that movie is going to be like a little brief kind of like homage kind of thing. I don't think it's going to be like a large part of the movie. I think it's just going to be like one or two scenes maybe kind of thing.
Yeah, and probably not a whole lot of talking because that throat cancer really hit him hard.
I heard it did. Yeah, I did hear. Yeah, which, damn, that sucks.
Yeah, it does because he also is a good actor.
Oh yeah.
And I heard a rumor as far as Val Kilmer's dialogue. I don't know if it's true, but apparently they're going to use sound bites from other movies to fill out that dialogue.
That's possible.
Yeah. I mean, it just looks so. Top Gun really does feel like they're putting in the work to make it a true sequel. Like a good, proper, and like even the guy who plays Goose's son, like when KS and I were watching this, we look at it like not look at each other, but if we were next to each other, we look at each other like he looks like the spitting image of Goose.
Yeah, he looks like Anthony Edwards.
He looks like a slightly younger version, but pretty much almost identical. Like it's insane. I can't wait for this movie. And you know, I could be overhyping it. I could be so overhyping this that I will be so defeated. But knowing the work Tom Cruise puts into his movies, like look at the Mission Impossible movies. Look at the work that man puts into those movies. It shows.
Yep.
And Top Gun is like one of the movies that really made him like what he is today. That was like one of his like defining younger movies that everyone still looks back on with awe and reverence. So I think he's going to do this movie the justice it deserves. If I have to put my money down, I think it's going to do very well.
I mean, he's not going to have a movie come out that's subpar, especially with this movie being some 30-odd years after the original. Because I've mentioned this before in a live stream. I could remember it. It was August of '86. My parents and I, we went to the Mann's Theater in Oceanside, California. And also Oceanside is where one of the scenes is filmed in Top Gun. And, you know, I went and saw Transformers, the movie. My mom and dad went and saw Top Gun. They come out of Top Gun, they're all happy, smiling, going, that was a real good movie. There, I'm sitting on the bench, waiting for them to come out. I see them. I still have tears in my eye, and they're all, why are you crying? I said, because Optimus Prime died. You know, they're going on and on about Top Gun. So it wasn't until we actually got it on VHS where I actually saw the movie. I'm going, this is the movie you guys saw? This movie's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I remember as a kid seeing it. My dad and I sat down one time, and of course, you know, the whole love scene goes. You know, he puts his hand over my eyes and everything because, you know, little kid and whatnot. But I remember watching that and I'm just like mesmerized. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's coming next? Oh, that's so beautiful. Like, as a little kid, I was losing it. I mean, I was just losing my shit watching that movie as a kid.
Yeah, I mean, the way that scene was shot, the way a lot of the scenes were shot, you know, Tony Scott even said in the making of the movie that there were some shots, especially on the aircraft carrier, if they didn't get that shot, and you know, there's a lot of time they were given, then there was no chance of getting that shot ever again. Especially if the sun
Yeah.
being in the position they wanted it to be in, and
Yeah. I mean, I think it goes back though to like what we've been talking about, kind of almost like a theme in a way, I guess you could say, of this whole thing right now is staying true to the material, to the, I guess you call it the universe of said franchise. And I know Top Gun's only been one movie, but in a way, if you feel like it's a franchise, the way it's talked about, you feel like there's been like 5 or 6 movies of Top Gun made, the way the reverence is spoken about with it. You know?
Well, you could say that because
they're watching it.
Because it spawned, you know, several games. And there's some merchandise still being sold.
Mm-hmm. I mean, damn. There's very few movies I'm excited for. Very, very few that I ever get excited for now. That's one of them.
Yeah.
You know? I'm not gonna lie, I was excited for Fast and Furious 9 because I love that franchise and people mock me for it. And if you want to mock me for it, up yours. I don't care. It's fun. Exactly. It's relaxing. You turn your brain off and you just enjoy insanity. And it's
as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me, I've never seen one of them.
Yeah, and you know what? Cool. You haven't seen it? Great. Thumbs up. I couldn't care. I honestly could not care.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not everybody's gonna like the same thing. We're all different. We're all unique. And for someone to, you know, say to you, "Oh, but you have to like this." Why do I have to like this because you like it? Just because you're going on and on about this doesn't mean that I'm going to sit down there and get the same thing from this TV show, from this movie, from this book that you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, you know, I've heard some people, you know, say their reviews on No Time to Die. I don't know if I'm going to go see it or not. Part of me is on the fence because I have seen the previous Daniel Craig Bond movies, so I'm kind of being a completionist, wanting to see this one too, in a way. But if I don't go see it, that's fine too. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything, you know, that has to be seen right away.
I talked to somebody last night who just got back from seeing it, and I mean, he loved it.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting very, very mixed reviews. It honestly depends.
Yeah, I've seen that
on the person that you're talking to. I mean, I honestly, Daniel Craig is one of my least favorite Bonds. I have I don't get the same feeling of, oh my gosh, I'm watching a Bond movie, you know, with him like I did with Pierce Brosnan, Roger Moore, Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton. I don't get the same feeling from Craig like I do with those 4. Like any one of them, I'm sitting down and I'm watching it because I'm watching Bond, wooing girls, getting chicks, using cool gadgets, saving the day, and at the end of it, he gets the woman. Like pretty much what every guy dreams of in a nutshell. You know, you get to sit down and watch that. Like I don't feel that with Daniel Craig's Bond movies. I just don't.
Yeah, see, I grew up in the era at the end of the Sean Connery and then the full run of the Roger Moore. So those are always the ones that I gravitate back to.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've seen the Pierce Brosnan ones, and they just Sean Connery and Roger Moore had enough of a similar personality, even though they're different actors. It still seemed like the same type of James Bond, whereas Pierce Brosnan didn't.
Yeah, that's a fair.
Now my
he's
personal
certainly
favorite.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, my personal favorite will always be The Spy Who Loved Me.
Good one. Well, they're all good. One of my favorites
Yeah.
is Moonraker, because that was actually the very first Bond movie I ever saw. Because my aunt had this is when DVDs were still not very common. Like, it was expensive to buy DVDs and DVD players. My aunt had the VHS of all the Bond movies that had come out that were Sean Connery, Roger Moore, and Timothy Dalton. So that's the Bond I grew up on, was those three. I didn't start watching the Pierce Brosnans until high school. She's like, "Oh, you love Star Wars? You love Bond? Watch Moonraker." That was the very first Bond I ever saw, and I fell in love with it. And obviously, there's others I like, but Moonraker's just got a special place in my heart because that was the very first one I ever saw, and sat down and watched with my aunt eating popcorn and candy in her living room. So that one just got a special place in my heart. I know a lot of people mock it because it's so over the top with laser battles in space. I'm like, it's freaking Bond, okay? Kind of set reality aside a little bit, okay?
Well, in case anybody wants to know, in case they're still on the fence to go see it, just so you know, at least here in the States, Bond made $56 million over the weekend. And honestly, would you consider that a little low for a Bond film?
I would, yeah.
I would, but a problem that if you listen to Midnight's Edge After Dark that they brought up is because like this had already been out in like Europe and in other countries like for several weeks already. So they were like, the problem is that everyone's gonna pirate the movie because they'll get the pirated versions from overseas. That people will throw the subtitles in or it'll be the English translations or what have you. He's like, you're just only increasing the chance of people seeing this beforehand because people will get the versions from what were shown in Europe. You know,
that's true.
So, do I want to see this? Maybe one day I will. Like I said, Daniel Craig's Bonds just have not done anything for me that make me excited to go see a Bond flick. Now, I have heard this is probably one of the best Bond movies that Daniel Craig has done, potentially. But that's not a high bar for me. Casino Royale is the only Craig Bond that I can say I thoroughly enjoyed because it was kind of like it broke away, but it was just, I don't know, it was just very different. So I think that's why I liked it. But other than that, I'm not a big fan of Craig as Bond at all.
Quantum of Solace was okay. Skyfall was and Spectre.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings about that one. On one hand, it has some good parts to it, but on the other hand, it doesn't hold together well, in my opinion.
Okay.
And maybe that's because I only saw it once, so maybe if I watched it again, I'd have a different opinion. And, it came out in 2015, so 6 years later, I could watch it and go, this is an all right movie.
Yeah. I'm honestly what I'm scared of is where Bond's going to go after this. That's what I'm scared for.
Well, I've heard a lot of people say, and this is kind of a spoiler, but the movie even tells the audience Bond will return after something happens. And a lot of people are going, how?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know where MGM's going to go next. I don't know where the powers that be wanted to go next. But I don't know. Maybe James Bond just needs to take a hiatus for a while.
I think Trek. I think you could say that about Bond, Trek, and Star Wars. They all need to take hiatuses and get good leadership in there that actually brings back the feeling of what true fans of Bond actually love.
Right.
And Trek and Star Wars. Just put them on ice for 3-4 years. Don't touch them for 3 to 4 years. Get good people in there, and then go back to them. So honestly, I'm fine if a Bond movie doesn't come out in another. Let's see, we're in 2021. I'm fine if like 2026 or 7 we get our next Bond movie, but it feels more like the olden days. You know, like Moore, Connery, Brosnan, just something that actually feels like a Bond movie, not whatever this is. You know. That's just my opinion now. I mean, you know.
Yeah,
So.
and you know that's fine. I think we're all leaning toward the same thing. Some of these franchises, they do need to be put on ice for a while. Put on ice, and until somebody comes up with a great story idea, I'm not going to say good, I mean great story idea. There's no reason to produce another James Bond movie. There's no reason to produce any more Star Trek, Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Doctor Who. The other day, all their social media goes down, and then it comes back up, and they're advertising something else for Doctor Who for Jodie Whittaker's last season.
Boy,
I mean, I didn't pay it.
I'm sorry. I can't help it.
No, that was a good one.
No, it was good. That's why I'm laughing, because I was thinking the same thing. It's like I had said to a friend of mine, I only watched Jodie Whittaker's first episode, and that was that New Year's Day episode, and I haven't watched any episodes since.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of her because I haven't watched it. Actually, I never even finished it out with what's the?
I haven't finished it out with Capaldi.
Capaldi, that was his name. I never even finished. I got through the first few episodes with Capaldi, and I'm like, nope, me not likey.
Well, one thing I thought was ridiculous during his run was the Sonic sunglasses. Really?
Well,
that was just me.
Yeah. No, well,
and then him playing guitar. I mean,
the guitar thing probably would have bothered me. It just seems out of the blue, but
yeah,
you know. I don't know. Honestly, I just watch old entertainment. I don't watch new stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I look at my DVD collection. I have the 3 Indiana Jones movies. I have, Star Wars, of course. I have old comedies and action films. I mean, one miniseries I really enjoyed that came out 20 years ago was Band of Brothers. I really enjoyed that miniseries.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Even its follow-up, The Pacific, wasn't bad. I'm just waiting for the 3rd chapter of the trilogy, and it's going to be dealing with the Mighty Eighth. I want to see
they're doing a 3rd part?
That chapter.
I didn't know they were doing a 3rd parter to that.
Yeah, and it's dealing with the Mighty Eighth.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I did not know anything.
Last I heard, it was going into pre-production. I don't know if it's gone into full production yet, but there are some shots where they were trying to line up some of the old bombers and old fighters, and I'm sure they're gonna use a lot of CGI because there aren't too many of those aircraft that are still flight worthy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and those that are usually held by private collectors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is something I'm looking forward to. I hope they continue with what they started with Band of Brothers and heading into the Pacific by going off actual information and whoever they interviewed before they passed on, because unfortunately a lot of those men and women have since passed on, and we have very few of the greatest generation left.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever they were told, they took it to heart.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the thing about those, is that you hear you hear the various people who were actually there in each part of the series, and they say, yeah, we went through this, we did that, and it was just whew, as somebody who appreciates history, especially like World War II, wow, it's deep stuff, very deep stuff.
I mean, one of the greatest trips I went on with my dad, and it was a year and a half before he passed away, was a 486 bombardment group reunion where I got to meet my grandfather's navigator from his flight crew. And just
Mm-hmm.
sitting there and listening to all the stories that were being told by those men and women who were there at that reunion, taking in all that information that they were telling me, and others that were either my age or even a little younger. You know, that's priceless, because that's information that you're not going to get now, because those people have passed on. Their stories from that time, unless they were told to someone like me or their relatives or someone else, those stories aren't going to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There is actually somebody working on documenting as many as possible. I don't know if you all have heard of Glenn Beck, but he's had on his radio show once or twice. It's this young guy, not even 30, I don't think, and he created basically a foundation charity, and he goes around and he finds every single World War II veteran that's alive. He spends like 2-3 days with them, and he gets all their stories, what they lived through, what they can recall, everything, and he gets this in video and audio form. And he wants to basically have a repository of the experiences of World War II from those that were there, considering how few are actually left, and how they're slowly passing on. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, like a young guy, somebody younger than me, and I'm only 33, younger than me, is putting all this work and effort in to making sure that their legacy is never forgotten. I mean, it's
In
just
today's generation, that's almost unheard of.
Yeah, it is.
it's yeah, I honestly, I wish I would have thought of that when I was younger. I honestly wish I would have thought of that when I was younger. Because I mean, I have photos that my grandfather let me see, and my grandfather served in the army. He was in the army for 3 years in the 50s. He was stationed in Berlin, and he worked at like an office kind of job. But he got photos. He is standing still in the rubble of bombed out Berlin. This is mid 50s. Berlin is still looks like it was just bombed like yesterday.
Yep.
I will never forget those images, because and I think when you look back
It
on
was.
all our franchises, what was that?
I was going to say, back in 2004, I went back out to California to visit my grandmother, and I would go into the den because that's where she kept all her photo albums. Well, she was calling for me, so I came out to the kitchen and I had one of her photo albums in hand, and she says, "What are you looking at?" I said, "I'm looking through one of your old photo albums from when you and Grandpa were in New Mexico before he got deployed over to England during World War II." And she says, "Well, would you like to learn about the history of some of those pictures that your grandfather never got to tell you and I haven't told you?" I said, "Yeah." So I sat there that whole afternoon listening to what my grandmother was telling me about each and every picture, each and every person in those pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And just getting the detail of how it was for them to see, people like my grandfather go on deployment overseas and not knowing if they're going to come back, and even seeing letters that my grandfather had written to my grandmother, letting her know some of the things that were you know going on, and just hoping and praying that he'd be able to get back home and see my grandfather, not my grandfather, but my father, when he was born in March of 45. So my grandfather at the time wasn't even sure if he was going to be back home to see his new baby boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the personal things like that you don't really realize if you're not in that position what these folks went through to keep not only the country going here stateside, but also to keep it going, over in Europe and then in the Pacific to keep us free.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, people don't. What really got me mad? I'm not trying to take this down a political route, but just like in terms of the bastardization people do with what the people went to World War II. There was a video I saw a few months ago about, it was from this place called the Lincoln Project, and they equated how Antifa, the people in Antifa, are just as brave as those that stormed the beaches on Normandy, because they were fighting. Both are fighting
Oh,
fascism.
no, they did
It,
not go there.
oh, they did. It's an actual video. I have to dig it up. I'd have to look and find it, unless they took it down off the internet. But it was actual video. I want to say it was called the Lincoln. It was Lincoln Project, Lincoln Center, something with Lincoln in the name. I'm
No,
not. You know
what those brave men did storming Normandy, everybody thought they were crazy, but they knew they had to do it. They knew they only had that one shot to do it, and they took that risk. That was a risk. High
Yeah.
risk, very little reward.
Lincoln Project video. Let me see if I can find this. I can now. Okay, let me do more.
It
Lincoln
was like
Project
when I
video.
was at that bombardment group reunion and listening to a gentleman who was a tail gunner, and his plane got shot up. He was still in the tail section. Somehow, some way, he landed in the field and survived. Yes, he had injuries, but he survived. And the people that lived in this area took him in and did whatever they could to keep him away from the SS
Yeah.
and try to get him back.
Hang on 1 second. I think I might have found it. Let me just pause. Let me mute myself.
Yeah, to equate those fine men and women with BLM is just disgusting.
Because what each and every person who fought for this country back in World War II did, it's something I don't see a lot of people nowadays doing.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
and
the one that killed me. Now, I served from 1986 to 1994, and then I got out for several years and went back in from 1998 to 2004. And I've been deployed overseas, and I've been in combat situations. It the disrespect that's given to veterans that they're due. And I'm not even asking for me. Because, I mean, to me, what I did was nothing.
the jobs that I've worked, anytime I've encountered any person who's in the servicemen, servicewomen, and I would help them out. One of the things I would make sure to do is to thank them for their service and let them know that
Mhm.
I appreciated what they were doing.
Yep. I mean, I wanted to go into the Air Force, follow in my father's footsteps because he was Air Force for 10 years. But some health issues prevented that from happening because I know I wouldn't even get through the physical or basic. So I'm like, I'm not even going to try because I know these health issues, they're going to prevent me. Um, you know, but my father served 10 years in the Air Force. My mom's dad served Army for 3 years. And I'm grateful every day that they did what they did. I mean, I tell my dad, Veterans Day, 4th of July, every Veterans Day, I give my dad a card, and he's like, Josh, you don't have to do that. I'm like, no, Dad, you served, and yes, I know you worked on AC-130s, but you know what, you did that so our troops could get to places, so we could ferry relief supplies if there was a natural disaster somewhere. Like you were an integral part of protecting me and my brothers and your wife. Like I'm never gonna forget what you did because you didn't have to.
No, but he's was a big part of the machine. He was one of the cogs in the machine, trying to keep everything going.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Pacific, I sent you the Lincoln Project video in Discord.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying you have to show it, but just so that way, if
I was going
anything
to say,
else, you can pass the link around, if anything. But
I was going to say, do you think it's something I can show here during the stream, or do you think I should wait?
I mean, you could show it. I mean, I the only thing I don't know, like, I don't know how it would be with copyright because it's a Lincoln Project, which is like so I don't know how that would work in terms of any form of copyright. But it's not like it just shows pictures of various like brief shot videos of Antifa and then World War II video with an announcer. So it's up to you. The only thing I don't know about how it would work would be like copyright infringement or anything like that. But
I'm just going to go ahead and share it in the public chat. If people want to check it out, they can go ahead and check it out for themselves, make up their own mind. And
yeah, I mean, as somebody who has family who had family in the military, who has friends that are in the military. I got two friends. One's in the Air Force. He's a pilot, and one in the Navy. And they've been serving for God. I've lost count of how many years. Actually, the one guy in the Navy, he literally went straight out of high school. He went into Annapolis. So he went through Annapolis, and he's been serving in the Navy. He's got a wife, several kids, and everything. So he, I mean, he loves what he does, and my other friend, he loves what he does. And I mean, family and friends that either are or have been in the military, and I don't, you don't fuck with people who are serving or have served in the military because not every one of them is going to be the nicest person. Not saying everyone is an angel. But they did what you refused to do so you could have the freedom to say the shit that you say.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I don't agree with everyone in the military sometimes, after a school shooting, because some of them like to just go off on these anti-gun rants. But do you know what? You have the same rights that I do. And the reason why we have those rights is because you were willing to get your hands dirty when not everyone can.
Back in high school, after I graduated, an Army recruiter called the house and asked me if I thought about joining the military. I said I have, but here's the thing. As soon as I mentioned that I had cerebral palsy, he said, unfortunately, we can't sign you up. If, I always thought, well, if I didn't have this, physical disability, then I'd be able to join the military and, follow in the legacy of my grandfather. My father served in the Coast Guard. My cousins have served. And I would follow in the family footsteps.
Your
And,
father was in the Coast Guard?
yes, he was.
He's over 6 foot tall, isn't he?
Yeah. He was in the Coast Guard, and then when he got out of the Coast Guard, he went into the California Highway Patrol.
That was a joke.
All right.
Your dad would understand it.
Yeah, yeah.
The joke is you have to be 6 foot or taller to be in the Coast Guard. That way, if your ship sinks, you can wade to shore.
Well, it went right over my head.
Like I said, your dad would probably get it and probably laugh.
Yeah.
Just like Navy stands for never again volunteer yourself. I served 8 years in the Navy and 4 years in the Army.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, even with my dad, when he was in the CHP, there were things that he couldn't talk about. I mean, he would tell me, he was part of the security detail when Reagan was governor of the state of California, but he says, I can't tell you a lot of what I had to do. He says, all I can tell you is that I was part of the security detail. I mean, I wish there were some things that he could have told me before he passed away, but unfortunately, again, he even said to me, I can't tell you.
Yeah. I mean, people don't realize how good they have it until they lose it.
That's it.
And that applies to everything. That applies to our freedoms, and then even if you just want to break it down to kind of how this whole thing started, even with, the bastardization of the Ferengi. People don't realize how good they have it with their franchise until it starts getting taken away from them. You start seeing bastardizations of stuff. You start seeing mockeries, and they will call it, well, no, it's not a mockery. It's this or whatever fucking excuse you want to come up with. But it's the fact that you don't know what you have until you lose it. Because I know, I've known people that got that went through divorces, and they literally said, like, 2 years later, man, you know what? I really didn't know how good I had till I lost it. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have pushed for that or done that or whatnot. And it's like, there's so many things in life that you don't know how good you have it till you lose it. And
I sent up another screen for you.
Okay. Just take this out.
That's my team.
Good looking team.
Nice.
That was my SEAL team when I served in the Navy.
Damn.
Good looking team.
And the crazy one hanging in the tree in the leather jacket?
Yeah.
That's our corpsman. That was our doc.
Nice.
I'm the one in the sleeveless on the far left-hand side.
All right.
And the guy standing directly behind me in sunglasses and a tie was the other sniper in our unit. There were 2 of us.
Thank you all for your service.
Yep. Damn, yeah. Whew.
I mean, I'll admit it. Just like my dad would fly the flag on our flagpole that we had on our front yard growing up, I still fly the flag because I appreciate the sacrifices that are made for our freedom.
Yeah,
And I appreciate living in a free country where I can, go on a platform like this and have a conversation about Star Wars, Star Trek, and real life.
I may not agree with what you say, but the one thing I will defend is your right to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, I think that's a big way to tell who values freedom and who doesn't. Are you okay with somebody having a disagreeing opinion, but you're okay with them having a disagreeing opinion and don't want to tape their mouth shut, kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, I've heard people say some pretty effed up stuff, and I'm like, you know what? As long as you're not openly trying to make threats like of violence or anything like that, say whatever you
Exactly.
want. Say whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah.
I think that's how you tell who values liberty and freedoms and who doesn't.
It's like I tell people, don't BS me, don't sugarcoat it with me. If you've got something to say it.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing I can't stand is when people try to sugarcoat it or, they try to, say something they don't actually mean. It's like, no, tell me the truth.
Mm-hmm. Whether I like it or not, it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Truth is, heard somebody say this. Now, I don't know if it's the best analogy, but it's just the analogy you gave me one day. He said, truth is kind of like... Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go right ahead.
Okay.
I was going to say, I don't get on Twitter, because it's a trash fire, and I'm rarely on Facebook. But you always know when you're telling the truth because the person you're arguing with blocks you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is very true.
Yep.
Very true indeed.
I mean, I have a Twitter and a Facebook, but...
I have them. I just don't get on them.
Yeah, like I use Facebook. I'm not really on much, and Twitter I surprisingly go for certain news things because I follow certain independent journalists who they deliver far more accurate news than a lot of the other news sources you'll look for out there. So I'm like, okay, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mainstream media has lost its objectivity in news stories a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even Gary on Neurotic will say that's why people like us on YouTube are starting to gain viewers more than the media is because we're more entertaining. We'll tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I'm not going to, go on and say that I'm going to have a stream where I'm going, hey, ha, hey. No, I'm not. I'm going to just give you me. Because people want someone who's real. They want someone who's authentic. They don't want someone who's being a parody of themselves.
Yeah. People are tired of fake. There's too much fake out there. Fake boobs, fake attitudes, fake personalities, fake this, fake that.
Fakeness. I had to say it. I know someone's out there that's going to say, you didn't have to say it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Now you got it in my head now. Thank you. You got it in my head. It's in my head now.
You're welcome, everybody. You come to the Pacific414 channel, you're going to be entertained by the most entertaining YouTuber you'll ever find. Guaranteed. Even I can laugh about that.
Wow. You heard it here, folks. Donald Trump was a special guest.
Oh, God, zillionaire. Oh, brother. Yes. Yes, I'm going to show this one as soon as it'll let me. I'm sure you guys can see it in the chat already, but Godzillionaire, hey, don't talk bad about fake boobs.
I mean, dear Lord.
Oh,
I'm just going to say this right now, okay? This is not coming from me. It's coming from a friend of mine, okay? But Kurtzman is the biggest pile of fake news I've ever heard. Okay? That man is faker than CNN. And they're pretty fake. I know. Trust me.
wrong.
Right, he can't.
Kathleen Kennedy.
I was going to say he can't be as bad as Lemon.
Yeah, very true.
You know, Don Lemon gets on his his high horse during his newscast talking about how the white man bringing down the country. Dude, you're living with a white man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how two-faced is that? What does your boyfriend think of what you're basically calling him?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just not going to lie. We're both assuming that Don Lemon's boyfriend is actually allowed to speak in the relationship. We're just assuming.
That's true.
We should never assume the other person, okay? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I was assumed guilty of collusion, but, I mean, that totally turned out to be fake news. I'm just saying.
Well, how can it be fake news when they actually admitted it to Time Magazine?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the one that kills me. You know, hey, Time Magazine put this out, and then Facebook goes, oh, nope, fake news. How is it fake news when one of your organizations is the one putting it out there?
Exactly. Or, last week, 60 Minutes has the Facebook whistleblower on. And then Facebook shuts down. I think it was TikTok also shut down, and Instagram shut down.
Yeah,
no, it was WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, all owned by Facebook. I had to look that one up because I didn't know who owned WhatsApp, and I looked it up. Facebook owns WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook, obviously, down for 7 hours. No, with no explanation.
And we're not going to get an explanation.
Nope.
Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Although the whole whistleblower thing, that's a whole other thing. But
yeah, that's a whole other ball of wax.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, everyone that I knew, they knew that it would that they're like, wait, hold on a second. This person comes out, does this big special, and then 12 hours later, all of a sudden, you're going just silent. Huh. Something doesn't smell right here.
Yep, something's wrong.
Yep.
Well, it's like whenever I hear Akiva Goldsman or Alex Kurtzman saying, we're going to go back to more of the traditional Trek, that makes me go, yeah, you guys are up to something. You guys are just saying that to appease the diehard fans who are still sticking with Star Trek, but you're not actually going to stick to Gene Roddenberry's formula that worked.
Nope.
Because they have no incentive to.
And here's the proof of it with this new Ferengi.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also,
that would not surprise me. That would not surprise me.
Alex Kurtzman himself even admitted that Star Trek is a platform anymore. It's not about telling good stories.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, most of your media nowadays, that's what they've become. They've lost the ability to entertain.
Yep.
Because, I mean, even the movies that we watched back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, yeah, they had political agendas in them. But they weren't hitting us in the face with a shovel to get the point across.
They didn't have to.
No, they didn't. You know, and I'm not saying everybody nowadays are stupid, but today's generation has lost a whole lot as far as mental faculties go. We've got a kid. We've got a kid at work. The only reason he actually has a job is because we've been shorthanded for the last 14 months. We've got 4 people doing the job of about 8 or 9.
Shit.
And this kid, he's not a bad kid. He's irritating, and he comes up with some of the dumbest crap. I mean, right now I retread tires, semi-truck tires.
Okay.
And we have to repair injuries in them. Well, me and one of the other guys that works there, you know, we're the only two production workers that are actually qualified to repair tires. So we're sitting there repairing tires. We're not talking to each other. There's no conversation going on. You know, no nothing. You know, we're just working on our individual tire. And this kid walks up and goes, I got a question for you. I'll tell you right now, there's 2 phrases that every one of us cringe at when we hear. And that's our manager saying, I got an idea I want to try. And the other one is this kid walking up saying, I got a question. But this kid walks up and goes, I got a question. Okay, what? Well, when I was younger, I was living with my aunt, and I was in the bedroom, and she called me out to the living room for something, and when I walked out there, she was sitting on the couch naked. Is that weird? What?
What?
I mean, out of the blue, this kid walks up and says this.
I mean, maybe go ask a therapist, not coworkers.
Exactly.
That'd be
but
like,
these are the
hey,
things. These are the things this kid comes up with. And it's not like he's doing it, you know, because you can make funny jokes about, you know, different. This kid is dead serious.
I think you might have just broken my brain. Is that would be like asking, you know, you just banged a chick the night, you know, like say like a week ago, and you're like, hey guys, I really itched down there. You know, is that, you know, is that normal that I should be itching down there? Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's like, why are you asking them? Why don't you go to a doctor?
But like I said, that's, I swear to God, the only reason this kid still has it, he's a body right now.
I don't even.
I don't have any words.
Yeah. And this is the, you know, there's 3 of us. Now, I've been there for, a little over 4 years now. And the other 2 that I work with, one's been there 15 years, and I think one's been there 22 years. And this kid's been there less than a year. Or he's coming up on his year. But like I said, this is normal for him.
The only person I ever knew, and this isn't like trying to be like sound like negative or anything like that, or anything bad. The only person I ever knew that would ask stuff like that was severely autistic. And I'm not saying that because I think the kid's autistic. I'm just saying,
and he might be.
That's literally the only other time I ever heard somebody ask like something so outrageous like that was, and again, I've known autistic people in my life. I got nothing against them, but it was just that crazy, just so out of the box question that literally no person should sanely ask another, just regular,
much less out of the blue.
Out of the blue, you know, if you guys are having a conversation about, you know, your grandparents and whatnot, he brung it up. Okay, it would be weird, but it would, you know, the conversation
Exactly.
about grandparents was there. But
exactly,
just damn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's normal for this kid. We're constantly laughing about the dumb crap that comes out of his mouth.
I don't blame you.
But like I said, right now he's a body. And we need him.
Well, I mean, right now bodies are in heavy demand right now.
Yeah. I mean, I build, you know, I'm sitting there at my build station and I'm putting tread on the tire. And this kid will come up and watch me build, which kind of irritating for me, but you know, I'll deal with it. But it got to the point where if I backed away from the tire, I was stepping on his foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, all the other two that I work with, and the guy that works down in the other shop who comes up to get patches, we work with semi tires. The guy in the other shop works with tractor tires, so I'm talking these 8-foot tall tires. He'll repair those. We don't retread those, but he'll repair them, and he has to come up to our shop to get the patches. All three of those guys have seen this kid do this to me, and every one of them said, "Oh, John's not going to put up with that for long." And finally, one day, I'd had it, and I called the other guy over, and I turned and looked at this kid, and I said, "I called him over here just so I have a witness, and there's no ambiguity. I do not like being watched when I'm doing this, and if you don't cut it out, I'm going to turn around and punch you in the mouth." That kid turned sheet white and took off. And he didn't come anywhere near me for the next 4 days.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. The only time I've ever been shadowed is like if I've been there at whatever company for a while and I'm training the person. You know, they'll shadow me for a week or, you know,
Yeah,
a week
now
or however long. That's one thing.
I'm the trainer when we get somebody new, yes. But like I said, we haven't gotten anybody new in 14 months.
Damn.
You know, everybody's sitting at home raking in the government freebies.
Wow. I never got the chance to rake in the freebies, and to be honest, I don't want to. I actually like working.
Yeah, see, I've never gotten any of the stimulus checks.
Yeah.
But either fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, my job was actually considered one of the essential jobs, so we never lost work. Because the trucks kept rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So we never had any downtime.
Yeah. I mean, it's,
you know, but that's
it's
also
creepy to do that shit, though.
That's also partially why, I mean, if you look at my hands, and that's after I washed them. That's just all the tire dust and crap that's built into my, or, you know, worked its way into my pores.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, well, and that's the thing. Like right now, I work DoorDash. I work it as a full-time job, and I make enough. I make enough to provide, you know, for a living and everything. I don't have loads of needs, but what I am doing is it's allowing me a little freedom and flexibility because I can go visit family and whatnot. but
Right.
it's also going to help me get into into trucking, because I eventually want to become a trucker at some point. So
Join one of what streams?
Join what?
I think he's talking about the conversation that we're currently having. He'd love to join one of these streams and add his point of view.
Okay.
So I will go ahead and send him an invite, see if he wants to join.
That's what irritated the Okay. I've got about 4,800 sitting in my savings account. I put every paycheck, I put a little way in savings. I don't keep a whole lot in my checking. I keep enough in my checking to pay my bills.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I got off. I was on Discord with Spock last night. He was playing a game, and we were just talking. And I got off with them, and I just playing around on eBay and looked up the Samsung 49-inch super ultra-wide monitor.
Mm-hmm.
And coming from the location it was at, because it's open box, everything came with it, $480. The MSRP on those is $1,500.
Wow.
But it was coming from Fort Bragg. So what I was looking at was, okay, military getting ready to get deployed or getting ready to move is going to sell some of this stuff off cheap so that he can get, so he can leave.
Mm-hmm.
That would make sense to me. And I sat here last night and I'm going, I really can't afford to spend that kind of money, but this is one of those deals that's too good to be true.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I went to bed last night, and when I got up this morning, I went, okay, if it's still available, because I figured somebody would jump on that. If it's still available, I'll go ahead and get it. And I pulled it up, and sure enough, it's still available. So I went to log into my bank account to transfer $500 from my savings to my checking so that I could buy this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I log in, I get, we ran into an unknown error. I can't access my bank account.
I've been
And
there. That's a terrifying experience.
I kept checking about every hour or so. And I kept running into the same thing. And I finally gave up. Well, about 3 o'clock, I went and rechecked my bank account, and it let me in. And I went, great, it's fixed, I can transfer this money, and I pulled up that monitor, and somebody bought it 2 hours before I had access to my bank account.
Wow.
Mm.
If I'd have had access to my bank account, that thing would be being mailed to me right now.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling you earlier, is just one of those where technology and my bank account screwed me out of a deal too good to be true.
Yeah, like I said, I've been there. I've woken up one morning and trying to get into my account, can't get into my account, reset my password, and actually I had a case of identity theft one time where I looked into my account and I'm going, Adidas? I don't buy anything Adidas.
Ooh.
And it was a pretty large charge, and I called my bank immediately and I said, put a halt on that charge. I do not buy anything Adidas. And they said, okay, we're going to take a look into it. Then I get a call back from them not too long after I called them, and they said, you're right, it was an unauthorized charge. So it was a case where I had to, get everything that was linked to the card that was used, and get everything changed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I had that happen. How long ago was it? 2 weeks? 3 weeks ago. I'm still dealing with it. Well, I wake up to get an email from my bank saying that this name, I don't know if it was Indian or Middle Eastern or whatever, was added to the Zelle contacts in my account. And so I call my bank, and literally I get another email from my bank while I'm on the phone with them that $100 had been sent to this person from my Zelle account, from my bank account via Zelle, while I'm on the phone with them.
Wow.
Yeah. And then it gets even better. So they froze my bank account while they investigated and everything. They're like, you're going to get the money back. And we just got to go through the process and everything. I'm like, okay, a few days, frozen bank account. I can deal with it. They're like, well, so I got a call a few days later. Yeah, because of this and because it was this, the IRS just wants to verify that, the bank account is yours and everything. So you have to sign this thing. I'm like, okay, thinking no big deal. Call them a few days later. How long is this going to take? Minimum 2 weeks, up to 5 weeks.
Holy cow!
That's ridiculous.
So my primary bank account is frozen until God knows when. Now I do have an alternate, but unfortunately, that's where my paychecks and 95% of my money is right now.
Right.
So I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Like, I have zero access to that money, which is used to pay for rent, bills, many other things. I had just opened this alternate bank account like a week and a half before and was going to use that as like a reserve, in case something did happen, I'd have money to pull from. Well, there's hardly anything in it because it ain't been open very long. So now I'm literally going to receive the IRS at the moment in terms of whenever they get back to my bank. So, yeah, I feel you.
You mean after they're done investigating Trump's taxes?
Oh, God.
That was one of the dumbest things I think I'd ever heard.
I mean, I think equally as dumb as the whole Trump-Russia urine story, considering that from every personal account I've read about Trump, he's actually a bit of a germaphobe.
Yep.
So a man who's a germaphobe is totally okay with hookers just urinating on beds right there in front of him.
No, that's fake news.
I don't know who peddled that story, but it was totally like fake news. It was probably CNN because let's just admit they're the epitome of fake news.
He was right there.
Yeah, so, but I feel you on the bank account bullshit. I feel you there.
Yeah.
So. And like I said, part of what I was fighting with about not, needing to spend that kind of money, I already run a 49-inch Samsung 49-inch ultra-wide monitor.
Right.
But I've got 3 34-inch monitors sitting above that.
Gotcha.
I could condense those down to one monitor and just have the 2 monitors set up.
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
But I guess not being able to access my account was God's way of telling me, no, you don't need to spend that money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
But yeah, I'm sure my neighbors literally thought there was domestic abuse going on here, even though I live alone. I was screaming that much. It irritated the snot out of me when that happened.
I mean, there was one day I was calling the doctor's office because I had a doctor's appointment coming up, and I had to speak to an automated system, and I had to literally scream into my phone for the automated system to even recognize my voice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's happened with me. That happened with, I can't remember who it was, which automated system I was calling, and literally, this system is like, please say, please say your account number. So I say it. Please say your account number. I say it. Please enter your account number. I enter it. Please enter your account. I'm like, you are literally the definition of the R word right now. Like that. You should be the Webster's dictionary right now. Like, this isn't rocket science. I'm speaking it. I'm saying it. What do I need? Hold on a second. Let me Morse code it. Let me tap Morse code or smoke signal you, apparently.
I had a buddy that found a way around the text service, at least for Sprint. Because he had Sprint. And anytime he had a problem, he would call in and, of course, get somebody from overseas who you can't understand. And the first words out of his mouth to this person is, I want to cancel my account. Oh, let me get you supervisor, and and they would transfer him back stateside. And he would get somebody from here on the phone going, oh, sir, I'm so sorry, you want to cancel your account? And he'd go, no, I don't want to cancel it. I've just got a problem, and I want to talk to somebody that I can understand and can understand me.
Trust me. I know with DoorDash, that's their support is literally people from either India, the Middle East, or some Hispanic country.
Yeah, which I don't have a problem with that, except when your accent is so thick.
Yep.
I did,
Yeah. I mean, great. You work for them, great. But I can't understand you when I'm trying to relay to you certain information, like addresses or certain things. It's like I have to repeat myself 4 times. And it's like, okay, like, not to be like a jerk. Like I actually wanted to ask this one lady. She was sweet. She was kind. You could tell she was really trying hard, her best, and everything. But I literally wanted to ask her, like, how well do you speak English? Do you take English courses? I actually wanted to ask that because it's like there's millions, there's hundreds of thousands possibly DoorDashers out there. Like, are you able to converse with them like regularly? Because I'm having a very hard time understanding you and you me.
Yeah.
Like, no offense to you, but I kind of need a language understanding for me to be able to get my job done right now.
Well, the worst I've run into, I mean, you can see, my name's John.
Right.
I've called now I spent 12 years military and 23 years in law enforcement. And I call these people, and can you spell your name? Yes, and I spell it the same way every time. I will do it with phonetics because I know how wired or wireless communication can be. So I get on there and say, yes, my name is John. Spelled J John, O Ocean, H Hotel, N Nora. And then they still spell it wrong.
I've run into that.
I mean, that one just, when I spell it to you like that, how do you spell it wrong?
Yep. I mean, my name's pretty basic to spell, and they get spelled by people who are not from America pretty easily. Constantly.
Well, I'm not talking my first name. Of course, my first name, I don't care, I'm talking, I do that with my last name. Because with my last name, I've got one of those names, if you can spell it, you can't say it, but if you can say it, you can't spell it.
I mean, I get looks at for my last name, so. Yeah. They're like, really? That's your last name? You're serious. Okay. So, I'm just like, yes, that is my last name. It is of Irish origin. Please just spell it so we can get this moment over with that you are clearly making way too awkward.
Yeah.
And Spock makes a good point here too. Whenever you're talking to one of their representatives, either they don't speak English, don't speak it very well, or it does sound like they're speaking out of the potato.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I have had encounters with people from overseas when I'm trying to get a problem solved who have been very helpful, very congenial, and we've been able to communicate just fine. But then there's the instances where between the two of us, we can't understand each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I mean, it comes down to outsourcing at the end of the day.
Yeah. Because that's what companies have chosen to do. They've chosen to outsource.
Well, I mean, hey, you want to outsource, great, but you take a hit to customer service.
Yeah, Casual Gamer brings up a good point.
Yeah. Well, I think what was it in somebody was, I think it was Midnight Said was talking about it. Was that like you hear about Disney Plus subscriptions are climbing and whatnot, and what they don't bring up is that that's internationally in countries like India where it's the equivalency for us of like $4, like equivalent in whatever the Indian currency is. But it's like because it's so it's so cheap for them over there that Indians can get it far cheaper than Americans can. Because Americans is what? It's like, how much is it again for like a Disney Plus subscription for like 1 year? It's like what, $10.99, $11.99 a month, something like that. I think.
I
don't know. I've never had it.
Well, my sister and I signed up for when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, we were sharing it. So between the two of us, we went ahead and split it.
Right.
But if you're not sharing it with somebody, it's not worth, getting the month-to-month or even the yearly subscription.
Yeah, I mean, I got it because it was on. I got a yearly because they were having a deal on the yearly, so I got that back in January. I've used it a handful of times, maybe. Used it a handful of times. I use Hulu and the Amazon Prime for my streaming and everything of movies and TV shows far more than I ever used Disney Plus.
Yeah, the only reason I'm going to reactivate my Netflix account is to watch Cobra Kai in December. Once I'm done watching each episode and reviewing each episode, I'm canceling my subscription again.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I like Netflix is because some of their original stuff was really good. Like stuff that honestly I'm telling you, they would make bank if they ever actually released out onto actual like digital download or in physical hard copy format. There's some movies and I'm like, you guys are literally like screwing yourselves over by not releasing this in actual viewable form outside of your streaming right now. You're missing out so much money. And you'd be in direct competition, even more so with Hollywood. You're their competition at the moment right now. Like, you put your stuff out there for us to buy. Yeah, well, I like Hulu because that's a spot where I get my anime. They also have various shows that, since I don't have cable, but they do have those shows that you find on cable. They do have them on there. Might not be the most up-to-date season, but they have enough of the seasons available to where you can still watch it. That's why I like Hulu for that reason.
I mean, also if you have something like a Roku device, Roku offers plenty to watch for free.
Yep. My TV is Roku.
Well, and there's even an app if you have an Apple or a well, I don't know. I'm assuming it's for like Androids too. It's called a Pluto TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
That's also
that's what
on
I
Roku.
use. Yep, that's I have because I can watch some cable shows, not many, because their selection is highly limited. But I can watch some cable shows on there if I wanted to through Pluto, and it's entirely free. I just got to watch I gotta watch the Paramount ads. It's brutal some days.
Well, they're just like the old network televisions with the commercials. So I mean,
no, I
grew up with that anyway, so I'm used to it.
Oh no, I did too. I'm specifying the Paramount ad because that's the one I see the most.
Right.
So it's like my gag reflex gets triggered when I'm talking about it too much. But
it's like
free.
in order for me to watch the Cubs when I want to watch the Cubs, I have to buy MLB.TV or MLB Extra Innings, and sometimes you're sitting through more commercials before you even get to the game.
Yeah.
It's like all I want the moment I sign in is to be able to watch the game, not to have to watch the same commercial 4 or 5 times before I actually see part of the game.
Oh, the one that they're flooding it with now is that Google Fi.
Yeah.
I am so tired of hearing that song.
I mean, you guys should have heard me during some of the games I was watching. Whenever a commercial would come on, I would go, "This is a product I'm never going to buy. So stop showing me this commercial, or at least give me an option where maybe in between innings I can actually click on a camera and see a different view of the ballpark."
There you go.
I mean, it's just like these streaming services. You pay $6 a month and you can watch commercials, or you pay $11, $12, and you can go commercials. And for me, there are times where I don't care if the $5, $6 option is the cheaper option. I'll go with it, and I'll do it with the commercials.
Yeah. I mean that's why honestly I feel like I like the free options because like Pluto TV because there's I mean I don't mind watching commercials. I mean before DVR you had to watch commercials. It was just part of life. Some of them, you made fun of. Hell, my family, we used to make a game out of it. Like certain commercials come on, we would like purposefully like mute it and ad lib it ourselves. Like we make games out of the commercials. Come up with nicknames because you see the same commercial come on, so we created nicknames for everybody. I mean, we had fun with it. So commercials I don't care about. I think people honestly have gotten spoiled by not having commercials, in my opinion.
I mean, one thing I would do, and I'll admit it, is when I used to record episodes of Next Gen, DS9, Voyager, is, I would sit there as the show's going on. Once it got to commercial break, I would stop it, the VCR, and then as soon as I could tell that it was coming back from commercial break, I would hit record again. I mean, that's how we did it back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Or you had 2 VCRs.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would record the entire episode and go do something else, and then I would come back and edit it to the second VCR and edit out all the commercials.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything you guys want to talk about that we haven't talked about?
I I think we pretty much hit about everything.
All right.
Yeah, at least yeah, I'm in agreement there.
Do you have anything on your channel that you want to promote?
For me, I'm starting to do Twitch streams. I do them from my Xbox right now, so I can't do group ones through like Discord. But I'm starting to do Twitch streams. The game's gonna vary, but subscribe to my Twitch channel, Common Sense America, so you get notifications when I do go live there. I'm gonna start doing streaming on Twitch more. And Pacific, Chaos, and I need to get with them. My life's just been so crazy. I literally forget what day it is half the time. We're going to be getting together to do something big and special. And once I get with them and we work out some days and everything, I'm going to announce that. It's going to be big. Okay. Pacific, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it pretty big stuff?
I think it's pretty big stuff. It's
pretty big stuff. And we're
never attempted doing before, so
yeah.
I'm not going to say what it is.
Yeah, I'm not going to say what it is either. So and I'm leaving you in suspense because I want you there. You know, I'm going to hype it up like trailers used to, where they didn't give away the movie and actually just gave you enough to where it lured you in. I'm doing what the old school trailers did. So, but yeah, keep an eye on my channel, the_smoking_patriot, like it says with my name right there. Go check it out. Live streams and previous episodes, check that out as well. So.
But you, Black Dragon?
Well, I haven't started a channel yet. Eventually, I'm going to do a walkthrough of Star Trek Online. That was going to be the channel that I started. I just hadn't yet. So, nothing for me to promote.
All right. I want to thank you both for coming on.
Oh, it was a pleasure.
You know, it makes it a lot more enjoyable when you have more than one person to bounce off of instead of speaking into the mic by yourself and trying to be as entertaining as you can for 2-3 hours. And
yep, that's generally when I tend to pop in on the channels that I follow for that reason. Give somebody else something to bounce off of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to make it sound like I can't do it if I have to. I've done it plenty of times, but it's just a lot more comfortable bouncing it off other people to get everyone's perspective on something, just not your own.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I totally agree. Makes the conversations much better too.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do it that way, I mean, time flies.
I know it's been. What are we at here? What's the timer say?
Almost 4 hours.
Almost 4 hours.
You don't realize it. I mean, heck, that stream that we did a few weeks ago where we were talking about the Star Trek movies, Patriot. You, Chaos, and I, we're almost going 6 hours.
We went 6 hours, and then we said, "All right, we're gonna end the stream here." And then we talked for another 2 hours, probably.
Another 2 hours. So 8 hours total. We're just talking back and forth.
We're just shooting the shit and everything. I mean, that's how you know. That's how you know you click and jive with people is when 8 hours can fly by, and you're just like, "What time is it? Wait, the sun's coming up. When did it go down again?"
Yep.
I should have gone to bed hours ago.
You got a good group there.
Yeah.
Your wife's coming. Wait, you're still on? Yeah. Honey, it's been 8 hours. Really? I thought I was getting hungry for a reason.
Yep.
Heck, just a couple of weeks ago when we were having our stream on Pop Talk that Monday and Godzillionaire popped up and says, "You guys are still talking?"
Yeah. And you're like, "Yeah, what? Holy crap, we've been on that long?"
I mean, it's a case of whether you're doing your own stream or you're watching someone else's stream. If it's that enjoyable, you'll sit there, even if you have to get up. You'll make sure you have your phone with you, or if you have a tablet, that you have that stream on just so you can listen to it.
Mm-hmm. My neighbors probably hate me for that sometimes because I'll have my iPad going with the stream and I'm like, oh wait, I gotta go bathroom. Hang on, blare my iPad. You can probably hear it in the next apartment unit. I don't care. So what? You're listening to Gary. You're listening to Nerderotic, Geeks and Gamers, Heelsberg versus Babyface. Shred you with some knowledge. Suck it up. And yes, I'm referring to Friday Night Tights in case anybody was wondering.
I know you are. I know you are. I watch Friday Night Tights.
I used to. I liked Gary a long time ago, but the last couple of months, and I mean, I can understand it with, things that have happened in his life. But he's actually almost done a 180 from where he used to be. He's more negative now than he used to be. And it's just, it's hard for me to watch.
Yeah, I started following him back in 2017 or 2018 is when I started to more actively follow him. So
Yeah, I found his channel in late 2018. I actually didn't subscribe till 2019, and found him and Doomcock at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, love or hate them, they are. I mean, shit. Gary's going to be on Tim Pool on Friday.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
See, I don't hate Gary. It's just, like I said, he runs his channel a little differently than when I first started watching him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he was like a while back, so I'm, I don't have a reference point like you do with him, so.
Well, like I said, it's understandable, especially with his wife's salon getting shut down and living in California to begin with.
I was going to say, I think that's the main thing. I think the state has just drained him where he just wants to get out.
That's what it sounds like. And once he moves, I'm sure he'll revert or actually become a little more positive than he is right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's the constant negativity that I try and stay somewhere. I mean, I have a negative personality to begin with. I'm an asshole and damn proud of it. But I don't need to feed into that with somebody else telling me, yeah. It makes sense?
No, yeah. It does. Yeah, yeah.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, you should hear me, Black Dragon, during the baseball season. The Cubs do something stupid. I'll go on the box score and I'll actually start doing a rant about it, of how I hate it. And, I'll rant, I'll curse, I'll say, yeah, Jed Hoyer, Tom Ricketts, you need to do some changes on that field, and you need to do it now. I don't care about renovating the whole neighborhood. Just keep Wrigley Field and the team on the field at 100% and competitive. That's all I need.
Right.
Yeah. Because Gary's only. I guess I could see where the change that you're referring to. It is only the past few months that it. I guess it has become more. I think, like you said, noticeable.
Yeah.
But
I mean, everybody's going to have a negative take, and he always did, but he always complemented it with positive, and I don't see as much of the positive anymore. And like I said, with his situation is perfectly understandable as to why. To have this come down and say, okay, we're going to, close everything up and then his wife's salon actually getting shut down because of it, and yet the politicians are still going to get their shit done despite yeah, I can see being negative. I want that balance out of him because that's what I'm used to.
Also, and maybe I'm recalling it incorrectly, but during the shutdown, he lost some income with his channel because they demonetized him for a short period of time. So
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Between that and his wife's salon getting shut down, I don't blame the guy for being frustrated.
No, I don't either. I really don't blame. And like I said, I like Gary. I like his overall outtake on things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm still subscribed to his channel. I don't go and watch him all that often anymore. Not right now.
Well, that's understandable. I mean, that makes sense to me.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you guys right now. No matter how much I love a particular YouTuber, if there's a video I'm not, jiving with, I'll skip it. I won't go to their video comments and start reading a rant. I won't go onto their Twitter handle and start reading a rant at them. I'll just skip it.
Right.
I do that,
and that's basically what I'm doing with him.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you. From what it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you still support him. You want to see him go back to more of his older self, not more of a negative Nancy right now.
Exactly. And like I said, I'm sure that will change once he's out from where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was and it, honestly, I had kind of a similar thing with Doomcock for a bit. Like when Doomcock kept coming out, like this is like a while back. He literally it was like 2 or 3 times a week a new video would come out. Sources that it was literally always about Star Wars, and it was like for 2 months nonstop rumors about Star Wars from various sources. And I'm just like, okay, Doomcock, you're burning me out, dude. Okay, just stop. Give me sources on something else, okay? I don't need to keep hearing about sources that Star Wars are saying this and this and this and this.
Right.
So I still support Doomcock. I'm still subbed to him. But I stopped watching his videos for about 2 months, and then once I started the content start to get way more variety, I started watching them again. But I needed that kind of a break because I'm like, I can't right now, okay? I'm going to lose my mind because Star Wars is like part of my DNA, and I don't want to watch your videos and get any element of possible hope just to have it destroyed.
Yep. I can see that. I mean,
I can
speaking of geeks and gamers, Jeremy running with his Brie Larson videos. I can understand on one point you go with what's getting your channel some views, your video views. So you keep running with it.
Yeah, but beating a dead horse is beating a dead horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
I like Jeremy too. Now I don't care for Ryan Cannell, and I definitely don't like Uche.
I've only watched Uche a few times.
Well, no, I didn't even know Uche was part of the team until the Zack Snyder debacle.
Yeah, because Zack Snyder, he helped set that up.
Yeah, and I mean, I can understand getting upset. You could tell Ryan Cannell was upset. But Ryan Cannell basically kept his mouth shut until after the stream, and then he vented in his Discord with Jeremy, which is fine.
Yeah.
Uche actually on stream started attacking fans that were leaving comments.
Yeah, because the fans were attacking Snyder. It was like because I remember watching that stream live, and I saw all the post streams that were coming out.
Uh-huh.
I was I saw all of them, and yeah, because Uche set the whole thing up because he used his various contacts to actually get Zack Snyder on, and then
Right.
that whole thing blew up, and then everyone was blaming Uche because Uche was coming to bat
I'll be
for
right back,
Snyder,
guys.
trying to say
Okay.
Snyder was basically like, look, Snyder has his people. He's got to probably say this because he was being put pressure on. Like Uche was trying to defend Snyder, not because of what he said, but because of the pressure that was probably being put on him. And everyone was attacking Uche for defending Zack Snyder because they're like, Snyder attacked everyone there. Like, not everyone there was geeks and gamers in that group.
Right.
They might be friends, but Zack Snyder attacks them. Therefore, you endorse Zack Snyder's attack. And that's when Uche started losing his shit because everyone was attacking him. And he's like, why are you attacking me? I'm just telling you, here is what I know happens because I know people in that industry. This is what happens. Like, so that's why that whole thing blew up because Jeremy did a stream, and I think Ryan did a stream after that stream that he was on Jeremy's stream right after, and then there was, I think, another stream after that. There was like, the streams went on till like fucking 3 and 4 in the morning after you consider everything. I watched that whole
like I said,
night,
it was his whole attitude towards what I consider the fan base that it really irritated me with him.
Yeah.
I like Jeremy, and I'll support geeks and gamers, even Uche, because he's part of the team. But I will not watch any of Uche's videos. I rarely watch any of Brian's videos. It's just, his personality doesn't hit me right.
Yeah.
But that's just a personal opinion.
Yeah, no, like Uche, I follow Uche just so it shows on the subs, but I never watch his live streams. I don't watch his videos just because I follow enough sports stuff as it is, where it's like I don't want to get overwhelmed with it. I like watching enough variety when I watch my who I'm subscribed to.
Right,
Ryan, I don't mind. I've worked with enough people like him. I've been friends with people like him. People like him, I would probably I've gotten along with in the past. So like Ryan's personality, like I totally get it. I'm that way sometimes, and I'm like I said, I've been friends with people like that. So his personality doesn't bother me, but like you said, his personality, doesn't jive with you. His does with me. But, again, that's just a personal thing. It's not like
exactly. And like I said, I've watched some of his videos, and I think he does a decent job in the videos that I've seen. But it's just he's not normal for me. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that whole thing, I tried to stay out of that. I tried to stay out of it.
Yeah, when I saw that, Chaos asked me, what do you think about that since you've grown up and you've had people call you that name? I said, I think it was inappropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard that name so many times, I'm no longer offended by it, but I did think it was inappropriate to call Doomcock's fan base a bunch of R words because it is a mutual fan base that Doomcock and Gary share, and Geeks and Gamers, along with several others.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's just he's got a whole group of people, and I wish him all the best. I hope they do fantastic. Just some of them I won't watch.
Yeah, and that's fair. I'm sure there's people you probably follow on YouTube that I'd be like, nah, that's not my particular cup of tea. That
Exactly.
You probably love, So I mean, it's, I think that's the beauty of YouTube is that you can get, although it has been slightly more harder to, but you can actually get enough of a variety to where you can create your own custom.
Yes. I know what you're saying.
I get. Yeah. I was trying to find the right word.
Your own variety of entertainment.
Yes, thank you. Yes. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, because I mean that's what a majority of this is just entertainment, but in a different style.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll admit, I've watched some of the Disney vloggers. Some of them I actually like because they're actually very well done, very professional, and very informative. And then others, I'll skip them. Every time I see their videos in my recommended. I go, nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
because
I mean-
the ones that you skipped are the ones that you've watched and realize it's nothing more than clickbait for them.
Mm-hmm.
There's no real information there. They're not being entertaining. They're trying to stir the pot.
Yeah.
It's like doing this YouTube thing. The thing I'm trying to give people is a little bit of variety. I'm trying to give them me. I'm not trying to give them a facsimile of me. I'm trying to give them me. And yes, one of my interests is baseball. So you're going to get that on this channel. But my other interest is talking about Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who and several other franchises like Ghostbusters and,
Mm-hmm.
talking video games and, streaming games. It's part of who I am.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's how it should be. You should be streaming who you are. You shouldn't be trying to, some YouTubers, they like to create a personality, like Doomcock. I mean, obviously, nobody knows aside from actual Jeremy and maybe one or two others probably know who actual Doomcock is because they spend actual time with him.
Right.
But the thing is, like even though there's a persona of Doomcock, whoever Doomcock actually is, that's who Doomcock is.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
he puts on a mask and a persona, but the opinions are still his.
Exactly.
So you want to be real and authentic with who you are, and the moment you stop being that way, well, you're no better than a fraud because you're faking it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been with people who faked it. They're the kind of people you just want to punch in the throat and watch them choke on the ground.
And, maybe it's my own personal bias having, watched Friday Night Frolics, having actually been on a Doomcock member stream. But you do get the sense of the real person when you actually get to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I remember being a part of his what did he call them on Discord? Like his roundtables or something like that?
You see,
Doomcock?
I'm not on his Discord. So.
Oh, real? Oh, okay. Yeah. I was on his
No.
Discord for a while, and I was on the original. It's like the Mark II now, but it changed the moment that he went to a new Discord. It's just like it changed. The fun of the old Discord just melted away, and it just lost that specialty that I used to love with the old ones. I stopped being a part of it.
Yeah.
Plus various people got in there that started acting a little weird, and I'm like, okay, I don't know if I want to be in here anymore.
Right.
So, but yeah, like he would do roundtables with I think it was Patreon. Was it Patreon members? I think it was something like that. I want to say it was Patreon members, and
He was on Patreon. I don't know if he still is.
yeah, I think that might have been who the Discord was for. Was the Patreon members? I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I unsubscribed like earlier this year, but yeah, he would actually have roundtables, and he would sing, and he would talk about stuff, and do like things solely for his Patreons on Discord.
Yes, Doomcock is definitely a showman.
Oh,
Yeah.
very much so. Very much so. Yes.
You can definitely tell he has a theater background. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Theater, or maybe not even theater. It could be some form of performance based, at least. So.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and cut out of here, guys. It was great talking to you.
I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream. Really appreciate you coming on, Black Dragon. And you
not
too.
Not a problem. If you're going to be there, I'll see you Friday night.
Yes, I will be there. I think I'll try to make it a regular thing as long as Spock will have me on as a guest.
Exactly. I mean, last couple of weeks has been fantastic. Been having a blast.
Yes.
Well, you guys
for
have a
having me
good
on
one.
too,
Stay
yeah.
safe.
You too, sir.
Yeah, you
And
as well.
Spock is also saying that he's going to have a stream tomorrow of the Hot Wheels game. So I'll check it out and see what that game's all about.
I've seen gameplay footage of it. It looks fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be watching. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you all for coming by. Really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. A fun, quick 4 hours. That's for damn sure. So if you like what you saw here and you haven't left a thumbs up, please leave a thumbs up. And if you want to leave a comment down in the comment section below, go ahead, share this video, subscribe to the Pacific414 YouTube channel. You can also follow me on social media. All right, Spock. We can do that, sir. Yeah. I'll definitely join you in the chat. So thank you all so very much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed this episode. And, until next time, because who knows what Hollywood's going to come out with this week. There might be another episode of Pop Talk. So instead of getting the box score every night, you might be getting Pop Talk every other night. Well, we'll see. So until next time, everybody, take care, and I will see you all later.